Hello! Welcome, welcome. My minions. I'm kidding. Here I am again. The annoying apple. The apple that every capitalist hates. Hold on, let me tie my hair up like my model. Okie dokie. Let's see who is in the chat. Let's greet everyone. I will try to greet everyone as much as I can possibly physically do. Okay, CyberX, hello, привет. Hizu, hello. and he ride, привет. Zetter, hello. Adin, hello. Mr. Vok, ST, hello. First chatter, let's go. Kitsune Nanako, hello. Solaris, hello. Tora, hello. Kuma Bear, let's go. Everything is fake, even buildings. It's more China. China. Tonight, we're gonna talk about China. Everything is fake, even the buildings. In China, yeah. The 1.4 billion people are paid actors and they're living in fake buildings. You know, just for the sake of tourism, you know, so they would think like, "Oh my god, China is so innovative." But they're all paid actors for real. Like they're just like a huge CPC propaganda. For real though. Sit and listen, you'd be surprised. Wait, are you actually being serious right now? Wait. Are you actually being serious right now? That everything is fake? I went to Chinese New Year festival downtown yesterday. It was fun. That was good. That's good. Mana is trying to steal the moon again. Don't worry, Mana. We minions shall support you. Okay. No, I want to harness the power of the sun. I want an artificial sun like China does. Because, you know, everything in China is fake, including its people. Chinese people are paid actors by NASA. You know, the Great Wall, actually a cardboard movie prop. I know, right? Hong Kong is ruined. Oh my god! To be clear, I'm fully pro-atomic. So the only green energy I admit is atomic and hydro. Yeah, I do agree with you. Nuclear energy is sustainable. There's lots of study about nuclear energy. Who's Donnie Yen? How you doing? I'm good. I'm doing good. I was just doing my chores earlier because I have a really tight schedule this week. Like holy fuck, I've been streaming so much. You know, I haven't really had time for myself, but I did a couple of like, you know, I took a nap and shit. So to refresh myself. I saw the title and I must say no. Okay, you'd be surprised. I think you only know the surface level about China, and I think you've seen you're viewing China from the Western perspective, which is obviously like, oh, they're just trying to do this and that. But yeah, you'd be surprised, dude. Like, just have an open mind. Cause I mean, if you're here to just like, you know, if you've already made up your mind, then why are you here? You know, if you're not gonna be able to like have a decent discussion about about this topic, then what are you here for? Are you just gonna be here to pick a fight? And if that's the case, then yeah, you're gonna be banned. So I will only accept good faith argument, but I won't accept like CIA propaganda arguments. So yeah. You live in the Philippines and it's clear that it isn't the case. You live in the Philippines. You don't even know what China. Have you ever been to China? It's sustainable but not under capitalism when there is financial incentive to do things like dump radioactive. Yes. Yes, I know. I know. I understand that. Mana was flipping in and out of existence for a moment. Yeah. That's my VTube studio. What are the most power plants in China? We'll see. It is impossible for countries to exist without mortgage in 21st century, so China fake. No, they have mortgages, but they're affordable, you know? And excuse me, what about the DPRK? They don't even pay mortgages or rent. The state just gives them houses. But Takchimana, my dad says China bad. Yeah, only two issues with nuclear are potential disaster in case of accident, and it's not infinite resource. That being said, it's a very reliable resource, yeah. I think if we could harness the technology to develop nuclear energy without, you know, creating so much waste, like radioactive waste, I think that could be a possibility. Mana is actually a virus that infects your devices to brainwash you. Join the Red Army. Yes, it's the Manapple virus. Nuclear power is indeed the most environmentally friendly to the efficient energy industries. If there is no disruptions in the technological process, but the process of creating hydroelectric power plants seriously violates the environment of the area which they are being built. I think solar energy is also getting there. China is trying to harness that. We haven't discussed anything yet. But people are starting to argue in the chat now. So let's watch a little bit of a video first about China's renewable energy efforts, and then let's take a look at a couple of, let's say, a couple of articles or like the sources from, like, you know, the graphs and shit. Graphs and shit. Since people want numbers, okay, let's show some numbers. All right, let's see. Where am I? Okay, I'm here. Where is my stuff? Where's my I don't have a slideshow, but what I have is what I do have is I have to need to show this one. Wait, why are we? Hold on. The truth about renewable revolution. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on with my stuff? Hold up, hold up.
To help support this channel, and
For some reason... Okay, there we go. Damn. Alright. Oh, let's go! Platinum chip? Platinum chip. Thank you so much for subscribing. Let's go! Okay, hold on. Let's listen and watch this first, okay? Environmental stuff, I'm pretty ignorant when it comes to China. I know the US ecology and environment problems. I know about US but only ever seen propaganda about how China is so dirty and destroying their ecosystem. I'm sorry, man, I detonated the MP close enough to ruin your computer. Good evening to Varishmana. Greeting. Green energy is not so green as hydroelectric dams. Still inflict rivers, ecosystems, and wind power plants also disrupt settled airflow. Solar panels are super ineffective as a power source. And you would either need to plant the entire valley of them or build them on the moon for max efficiency. The most clean and powerful source for now is nuclear, and I think we should learn how to use it properly. I mean, yes, yeah, we are gonna talk about this as well. But let's talk about China's, like, you know, because it's so propagandized. And the thing is, I'm not the biggest fan of, like, I'm not the biggest fan of China, but comparatively, you know, their efforts of trying to have at least like some semblance of carbon neutrality, you can really see their efforts. They have a lot, like most of their vehicles now are like electric, right? At least in the major cities, you know. So they're trying to they're a country of 1.4 billion people. So let's just put that onto scale, you know. And I think it's intellectually dishonest to like just write off what they're doing just because you don't like them. You know, that's nuts. No.
China, the big bad boogeyman for the West, leads the world in clean energy production. Contrary to the image we're supposed to have of them from all the Red Scare propaganda and xenophobic fear-mongering. Once seen as a major polluter, China has, in recent decades, implemented a rapid transition to clean energy, away from fossil fuels. This monumental transformation is happening even as Western sanctions and tariffs on Chinese renewable products threaten to stall this critical progress. In this video, we'll take a look at China's remarkable journey, explain why this all happened, and discuss the crucial role China plays in the fight against climate catastrophe. But before we do, I'd like to take a quick moment to thank our channel sponsor,
JT, gotta
Aura.
skip that one.
As you all know, we make political content here and on our other channels. Unfortunately, that means the foundation for China's remarkable economic.
China still needs to decrease their population, though. What are you doing, toe sucker? Your name is literally VTuber toe sucker. Why don't you? What do you mean? Are you trying to imply eugenics? Are you trying to imply culling a population? No fucking way, dude. No way. You just said that out loud. Your name is literally VTuber toe sucker. No, we do not do that. We don't do that kind of argument. The world needs to. Sounds like, I don't know, dog. You know, the sounds Malthusian to me. Do you know Malthus? Look him up. Yeah, no. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, it is an eco-fascist rhetoric. The Malthusian in the entire argument of Malthus is, nah, dog. Overpopulation is a myth. You are in the wrong chat. More population is gonna make it worse for the. No. Excellent. Global exploitation by capitalists is literally what is driving us to extinction, and what is causing environmental problems. Again, not the population. Like, give me a source then, VTuber toe sucker. Like, I can't even take your name. I can't even take you seriously, dog. Your name is literally VTuber toe sucker. Go suck some toes of other VTubers. You don't. You're in the wrong chat, man. It's not always the richest fault. No, dog. You need to shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up and listen, okay? Like, if you're here to just argue and not listen to any of the information, then just do that. Like, don't pretend like you're here as, you know, as an unbiased person. Like, you're just here to like make good faith arguments, because that's, oh my god, you how do you start saying like, oh, they should cull their own population? No. Shut the fuck up.
And warned President Xi and his colleagues that their current level of industrial capacity is very much viewed by Western nations as a dangerous overcapacity that could pose a risk to the rest of the world, by which I think she means the United States and Europe, but, you know, mostly the United States.
Oh no, hold on. We're in the wrong one.
Economic ascent was built on Mao's industrialization policies of the 1950s through the 70s, but it really took off in the 1980s, transforming an impoverished agricultural nation into an industrial powerhouse within just a few decades, an unprecedented achievement given its vast population of 1.4 billion people. China's rapid growth has puzzled Western economists, who genuinely believe free market capitalism to be the most effective approach. This swift transformation is a testament to the success of the Chinese model of economic development, exemplified by significant state intervention and planning, two of the scariest things to Western politicians. By 2016, China's per capita income had surged, and the country had become the world's largest manufacturer, producing nearly 50% of the world's major industrial goods, including crude steel, cement, and coal. It shouldn't come as a surprise that these advances also landed them the number 2 spot, earning the title of the world's second largest economy. This staggering growth placed China far ahead of many developed nations in industrial output and innovation. But it's not all sunshine and rainbows. As China has industrialized, it has picked up not only the positives of Western-style development, but also the negatives. Rising divorce and suicide rates, widespread business fraud and scandals, and pervasive asset bubbles. It also came with an arguably far higher cost, a severe environmental crisis. The environmental impact of China's industrialization was profound. Studies conducted in Zhuzhou City revealed significant pollution from heavy metals in air, water, and soil. Heavy metals from industrial waste were found to settle in the sediment of the Xiang River, causing inconsistent changes in concentrations over time. This pollution had significant implications for both the environment and public health, as heavy metals which enter the food chain lead to severe health problems. The primary pollutants, including cadmium, lead, copper, and zinc, were largely attributed to concentrated industrial activities. Vegetables absorbed heavy metals more easily than rice, but the concentration of heavy metals in both was higher than the edible standard and background value. Like other economic powers, China's environmental challenges have not been isolated. The global nature of its economic activities means that pollution and environmental degradation have far-reaching consequences. This is a critical consideration as China continues to play a central role in the global economy, influencing environmental policies and practices worldwide. While the U.S. continues to roll back environmental protections under both Republican and Democrat leadership, China's approach to climate change is refreshingly ambitious, and they've been meeting or exceeding many of their pledged goals. The Chinese government has officially recognized climate change as a significant threat and has set comprehensive goals to address it, something not typically seen among Western nations where there's still a debate as to whether or not it's happening during yet another hottest year on record. In September 2020, President Xi Jinping announced China's aim to achieve carbon neutrality by 2060, which has and will require substantial changes in the country's economic and energy infrastructure. This goal has been supported by numerous policies designed to reduce emissions and promote low-carbon technologies. From 2019 to 2021, China led the world in new solar, wind, and hydropower projects, as well as in the production and sales of electric vehicles and deployment of nuclear power plants. China's 1+N policy framework includes long-term plans, such as the 14th Five-Year Plan for a Modern Energy System and the Action Plan for Carbon Dioxide Peaking before 2030, which emphasize scaling up clean energy sources and investing in future industries. The country is currently providing the world an excellent example of what serious state-level climate action looks like. They engage in real diplomacy aimed at addressing real problems and implement robust, effective policies. Because of this approach, China is positioning itself as a global leader in renewable energy deployment and climate change mitigation. Over the last few years, China has consistently topped global rankings for new renewable energy capacity, underscoring its commitment to sustainable energy sources. The country's advancements in energy storage and grid infrastructure have been pivotal, enabling the efficient integration of renewable energy into the national grid and enhancing energy security. A major part of their technological dominance.
Hold up! But the amount of Chinese electronic vehicles on the road here in the Philippines are even deadlier than the Cybertruck. Do you have links for that? The Cybertruck will kill anyone it hits, which is still bad, but the Chinese EVs will kill everyone. The people. Dog, I think you're just talking out of your ass at this point. All these solar panels give me cleaning nightmares. Could you tell what this channel name is? Yeah, it's it's called First Thought. I agree with you, distribution. However, we should keep that in mind as planet's resources are finite. I only say that we need to be cautious in responding to at that point. That's it. Yeah, but we should not talk about that while capitalism is still around, because fascists will use that as a talking point to perpetuate eco-fascist narratives. Okay, so let's not. I don't even know why you're fixated on that. You know that that's not even the problem, you know? Bro fucking links David Zhang that's a real source and not just an NGO face. Oh, David Zhang. Okay, you're done. Nah. You're done. Bye. No. Fuck out of here. Do not pollute my chat with that stupid motherfucker. There's a lot of EV from China in my country, and I rarely heard any bad case from them. I think they're just a China hater. They're so committed to hating China. I don't know. Maybe you have a personal vendetta against the Chinese, but don't be intellectually dishonest. I don't like that type of attitude that you have, dog. Three people literally produce more than the entire Earth population, not even a year. Yeah. Isn't Japan currently has a lack of population problem? Yeah, I mean, the Japanese are dying out. Yeah. You know, I was trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. But no, I think that this motherfucker is just purely just hating on China. For whatever reason, they have a personal vendetta against China. They're not really interested in information or having a scientific mind to update your opinions when, there's new information. out there. they're just fixated on like CIA propaganda that's like, you know, been perpetuated ever since. First time on Mana's political stream, is it always this hot in the chat? Not always, but I guess like people really do hate China. Some people really hate China. Like I'm not a fan of China, like you know, like a super fan, but I appreciate some of their efforts in trying to mitigate the climate problem, you know? Like, who else? What other country are doing? Like, are actually trying their best to on the scale that they're doing? With a population of 1.4 billion, is India doing the same? I don't know. I'm not fond of EV in general, kind of case of missing the point, but I doubt China's more notably worse than any of the other dozens that are floating around there. Yeah. Green energy is mostly about saving capitalism. Don't make me tap the Jevons paradox sign. We still, even so, we still need to do something about climate change. Orientalism runs so fucking hard in the whites, yeah. I think, yeah, I mean, even around, like, among Asians. Like, even, like, you know, even among Asians, because that guy said that they were, like, literally from the Philippines. I don't hate any nation. I hate all of humanity. Maybe you should take a chill pill, man. Why do you hate humanity? I just hate the ones that are destroying our planet. So if something happened to this planet, the 0.1 are ready to go to Mars. Doing something is still better than doing nothing. Exactly. It is a fact that in terms of sheer gigawatt hours, China is the world leader on green energy. It's one thing to fully green some tiny island nation with basically zero usage. Let's talk gigawatts or terawatts as would be needed to solve anything global. As it is a global issue and the atmosphere doesn't have borders. Yeah, exactly. This is why borders are fake, because literally we share the same atmosphere. All climate change scientists say it's already over. Now we are on the stage of damage mitigation. Yeah. But the thing is, okay, so we are on the damage mitigation stage. Are we still not going to do anything about it? So we're just going to be like, are we just going to lie here and die in this wait for like, wait for the inevitable? Are we saying that? It's so Jover. Well, if we don't do something about climate change, then we're fucked. Exactly. Like, if you're gonna be on my stream and you're just gonna adapt like doomerism, then you might want to go to a different stream. We don't do that here. I hated humanity when I was 13 to ooh. Ooh. Hello? There at Boricua, yeah. Not even like a couple of minutes in, and the chat has started to become a dumpster fire. Orientalism do be a drug, you know. Orientalism do be hell of a drug, man.
It comes in the form of their electric vehicle investment. China has made significant strides in EVs. In 2022, a quarter of all new cars purchased in China were electric or plug-in hybrids, supported by a vast network of over 4 million charging stations. This rapid adoption is driven by extensive government subsidies, long-term investments, and a robust infrastructure that supports these cars. A comprehensive approach that's unthinkable in the West. Chinese companies like BYD and CATL are global leaders in EV and battery technology, innovative features, and market share. Chinese domestic manufacturers have been particularly aggressive in integrating new technologies into their vehicles, such as advanced entertainment features and voice-activated controls, making Chinese EVs highly competitive globally. There's a reason the West, especially the US, puts such absurd tariffs and import restrictions on Chinese cars.
Yeah.
Why would anyone buy a $100,000 domestic car when a Chinese model vastly outcompetes it in specs and price? Despite the popularity of electric cars, China's public transport sector
But no, some guy was like, Cybertrucks are better than Chinese EV cars. Are you fucking kidding me?
also showcases significant technological advancements. China leads in the adoption of electric buses, with cities like Shenzhen achieving 100% electric bus fleets in 2017, 7 years ago at time of writing. This transition has set a high and necessary bar for urban transport electrification. The majority of the world's electric buses operate in China, which has led to a massive reduction in urban air pollution and greatly enhanced public transport sustainability. And now we come to one of the more controversial clean energy alternatives. We're talking, of course, about nuclear energy. And here again, China is making substantial
Nuclear
progress,
energy.
currently constructing about a third of the world's new nuclear power capacity, a massive long-term investment in energy diversification. This clearly demonstrates that they aren't focused on short-term financial gains, but rather are building for the future. The expansion in nuclear energy complements China's renewable energy efforts by providing a stable and low-carbon energy supply to support its long-term climate goals. In general, the renewable sector has been a major positive in the Chinese economy, benefiting from a surge in government stimulus as Beijing recovered from the effects of COVID-19. China's dedication to combating climate change extends to its active participation in global climate agreements. Their pledged commitments under the Paris Agreement are significant, aiming to peak carbon dioxide emissions by 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality by 2060.
Yeah, 2060.
China's nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, reflect a genuine ambition to reduce carbon intensity and increase the share of non-fossil fuel energy sources. In 2021, in the Paris Agreement commitments that China submitted to the UN, Beijing pledged to strictly limit coal growth, strictly control new coal power, reduce energy and carbon intensity by 2025, increase the share of non-fossil energy sources to 20% by 2025 and 25% by 2030, and to generate 50% of the increase in energy use from 2020 to 2025 from renewable sources. Through these international commitments and proactive policies, China is not only addressing its domestic energy needs, but also contributing significantly to global efforts to mitigate climate change. Now that we've looked at a successful approach which is making a meaningful impact on climate change, let's look at the West and see how they're approaching apocalyptic, irreversible climate change.
Okay. Capitalists don't really change climate now. They only propagandize green energy to profit off of new products on the market. Yeah, that's what JT is going to talk about in a few moments. In fact, the damage from climate change is not very obvious. It is possible to predict that what will happen with some individual factors or regions, but it's extremely difficult to assess the impact as a whole. There's more fear of uncertainty than of specific damage. And do we really have time to specify the damage? We can feel it too, though. China already made a lot for ecology. There is a lot less smog in China cities, and fast trains are the best in the world. That's true. Their public transportation is getting better, and they have a lot of electronic buses. I'm mistrustful of nuclear. Like I said, look up a lot of researches about there's a lot of research already done about nuclear energy. I know that you guys, even I literally was here during the earthquake, okay? And the fallout in Fukushima. But then again, if under capitalism, it is not as safe as it could be, As some people are going to some people are going to cut corners, right? If you're going to cut corners with nuclear energy, then that Fukushima will happen, okay? So that's what happens. I recommend Kyle Hill, pretty informative nuclear YouTuber, yeah. You can say whatever about China's alignment and if they are communists or not, but nobody can deny that they are among the most advanced, if not the first countries in technologies and science. Yeah, exactly. Like I'm not even saying that China is like, I'm not claiming that China is truly communist or not. Like they may have a communist party, but you know, some people would say like they're not truly like, you know, because they still have billionaires and stuff like that. But China is doing their own thing. They if you could call it like, you know, socialism with Chinese characteristics, so be it. But it's not up to us either, because it's up to the Chinese people, you know, to do whatever that they could to improve the lives of their population, right? If that's how it takes, then that's how it takes, you know? Like we need to look at the material conditions and the current geopolitical climate, right? That is an interesting to bring up, honestly, because look at the cities in China, like only a couple decades ago where air quality was toxic as hell. And exactly, like a decade ago or even 5 years ago, like there was a lot of like talk about smog, like the PM2.5 is so high in China and stuff like that. But now it's like it's a lot better. I've seen like obviously like back then, like I've seen like pictures or not pictures but videos of like Chinese people having to wear gas masks or like having to wear masks to be outside because like, you know, there's almost like zero visibility when you go outside. I think that was in Beijing because of the smog. But it's not the same now. Like Beijing is clear. Like we can literally compare. I read a couple of studies recently with the distress and depression climate change researchers experience. Yeah. I would be too. Because if I know the truth and nobody's is doing about the truth that I know, then I would be super fucking depressed. A little side detail about nuclear energy. At this current time, even net positive fusion will not be possible to sustain without a massive number of fission reactors. This is because the most viable form of fusion, deuterium tritium is critically limited in capacity by access to tritium, which is a radioisotope with a very short half-life, is essentially an exclusive product of fission reactors. Ergo, increasing nuclear capacity is very necessary at this time, and there's no ignoring fission. Yeah. Of course, no doomerism. It just highlights how we must do something now. Exactly. It's just communism. They end up with stuff in the 80s. They end up with this stuff in the 80s. They have billionaires, yes, but they're only on a tight leash by the Communist Party. And the capital they generate is channeled back to the public sector. Marxism, Leninism is not a firm dogma, but it's a science. And it's still young and evolving. It's exactly like I said, it's going to be different for every nation. It's not going to be like the same exact as, you know, how the USSR did it or how Cuba did it. But if they still follow the principle of you know, the immortal science, they will get there. Yeah. I remember when the news here used to be like, yo, look how shitty China is, just to bootleg USA after, yeah. If I recall correctly, Hiroshima was entirely the case of Corp doing dumb shit when the result was entirely predictable, knowing earthquakes and tsunamis happen. But it's easier to not just do the... Exactly! That's why, like, it's dangerous to have... Like, that's why people would say, like, oh, nuclear energy is dangerous. Yeah, but because that's because you see it in the framework of under capitalism, where corporations literally cut corners for profit rather than think about safety. They would willingly watch the entire planet burn if it means that they could line their pockets. Do you understand? Like that's how corporations are. Like we're literally on a burning planet. It's definitely China's century, and I love China, but I would not consider it a successful socialist state in terms of reaching. We. It's only time will tell. We're not. I don't think it's the end game. You know. And also, like, what are you doing in your own country? Like, you're literally inching. Be careful with that, though, because you're literally inching towards idealism. We're not idealistic people. We're not idealists. We are materialists. Okay. That's borderline idealism, dog.
If political rhetoric is to be believed, it must be better than China, right? Let's start with the United States. The approach in the world's richest and most powerful country primarily relies on profit-driven market solutions for the clean energy transition.
I guess China is the example of communism done right, which unfortunately most other countries don't. We can't say that yet, that it's done right or not. Like, obviously, they're not above scrutiny. China is still, you know, like any other socialist experiment, right? They're still subject to scrutiny. We still have to have like a critical eye, you know?
And climate
But not in a way that CIA has a critical eye for China, you know? Not in an Orientalist way, but in the more objective manner, right? I always have some hope by thinking about how it took centuries for capitalism to overtake feudalism. Yeah, it is 150 years. It's been only 150 years of capitalism, right? On, like, you know, to put it in perspective, capitalism is 150 years, more, give or take. It must just take some time to develop global communism. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, it's inevitable. Like it or not, you know, like capitalism will be replaced with something else. It could be communism, whatever is going to take shape in the future, but it's not going to be capitalism, right? Like the capitalism that we know today, you know? How can you call a country communistic if the people of this country are working 14 hours without weekends to supply United States and Europe, trashing their own environment also? Do you have a source for this? Source? I think it's already mentioned before that there are people, like the what was that? The 996? But that's voluntary though. Get ready for Radio Free Asia. If it comes from Radio Free Asia, you're gonna get banned. I'm gonna ban you. Working average is 49 hours a week. I mean, we are leftists, not an alt-right hive mind. We must be able to criticize and hold ourselves to some standard to improve our implementation. Sure, we are not idealists, but we mustn't fall for utilitarian fallacy either. Yeah, like I said, we need to be critical, but at the same time, we cannot be idealists. And can you give examples of utilitarian fallacy that China is committing? On the 996, I've said this yesterday. Yeah, someone is always saying about like 996. Hey, yo, let's go. Who's this? Liwende? Liwende 6868? Sorry, I can't read Chinese. I'm sorry. Is the anchor Chinese? No. No, I'm not Chinese. I am not Chinese. I'm just talking about China. I'm just talking about China. "996" I think is pronounced? You mean like announced or like proposed? Proposed by Jack Ma, yeah. Can't China exist without selling to the US? Okay, so what are you proposing then? Can you give me an alternative? Since you know so much about this, can you explain to me what is the better way? What should be done then? What do you want what do you want Xi Jinping to do? Since you know so much more since you know more than him, then tell us in the chat then. What do you propose? Send the missile, Xi. I'm ready. What are you trying to do here? Wait, what kind of graph are you looking at? Let's see. Average weekly hours. Let's see. They don't have low wages in comparison to the cost of living. Are you from China, Luende 6868? Are you Chinese? China was raised in a way to be the world's factory. They can't get away from this. China exploits its own people to keep this go. Chinese people do not like Xi Jinping. Many Chinese oppose Xi Jinping. Okay. I mean, that's fair. That forced British imported opium. Are you from China, Liwende, or are you from Taiwan? Pretty sure the US would be worse off without China than vice versa. That is true. China can be self-sufficient without the US, but the US could not go on without China. Nowhere to go for lower cost manufacturing would result in the the self-cannibalism of capitalism running its course a lot faster, because the global north depends so much on outsourcing labor in the global south. I mean, 10% is 100 million. It's a lot. Would you say today's China betrayed the ways of Mao like today's Russia betrayed the ways of Lenin? We can talk about that on a different day. Let's just talk about like what China is objectively doing. Like, why are we talking about philosophy here? Or what could be or what should be? We're looking at what it is. Let's look at things at how they are. Xi Jinping is a selfish man. Xi Jinping is tough internally. Well, okay then. Are you from China? New Santa just dropped. President Xi traveling the world on his flying dragon every October 1st, gifting citizenships to good communists. All right, Doug. They can't buy things they produce, and there's no way to change this at this moment. That's the biggest problem of China today. And Joe Biden is a brain dead zombie and Trump is a monster. And Taiwanese government is a mess of screaming and arguing and getting nothing done. Yeah, like no shit, like no shit, there will be discontent with your leaders. But objectively, what has Joe Biden done that could, or even Trump, that could measure up to what Xi Jinping has done, you know? And also, like, why are we fixated on this? Like, I'm not even idolizing Xi. I literally put him as a meme. What the fuck? My thumbnail is a meme of his face. I love everything about China except their communism. It looks very suspicious to me. Only time, like, I think a lot of like people who are critically supporting China, who are communists, they always say, I mean, for me as well, like in my own conclusion, only time can tell. And if they betray the will of the people, you know, if they revert back to capitalism, if they pull a dissolution, if they pull like a collapse, an event that would be similar to the USSR collapse, the spectacular collapse, and reverting back to capitalism, then yeah, then they failed, you know. Like full scale neoliberal policies, you know. She ate all the votes. Of course, it looks suspicious when you've been fed anti-China and anti-communist rhetoric since you were 3 years old. The chairman is going to change someday, I admit. China is not as democratic as the Soviet Union, but it's way more democratic than the US is, yeah. You may not like Xi Jinping, but in the end, as long as the country prosper, means he's done something right. Yeah, like the elimination of poverty. The effort, at the very least. Is the US doing the same effort, though, to alleviate poverty? Like, all communist leaders are a big spoon. Has a big spoon, yeah, true. Comically large spoon for eating the people's votes. I hope that China can learn from the United States and make China strong. Xi Jinping is a complete dictator, including Li Keqiang, who was poisoned by Xi Jinping. Oh wait, you haven't really answered me though. Are you from China? Are you Chinese? Are you in China? Okay, you're just like Why would I know? I know that you could speak in English. Why would you suddenly type in Chinese? Like I'm I'm trying to give you like the benefit of the doubt, but you're trying to I think you're just trolling, man. Are we talking in China or in the totally real borderline fascist prior Chinese government that fled to invade Taiwan and displace all the natives? Yeah, you will be if you're gonna start like talking mad shit. You will be
mitigation.
banned, yes.
Unfortunately, we can all see how that's going. Despite significant technological advancements on paper, the pace of adoption and implementation is too slow to meet the urgent demands of climate change happening right now. The reliance on the private
Sure, yeah, sure. Let's just have China go back to capitalism like Russia and have millions of people lose their homes, jobs, and have children get addicted to crack and be forced into prostitution and alcoholism. And yeah, and would be so great since this text since this is text and you can't tell me I'm being sarcastic, Moran. Yeah. Even Mana's keyboard sounds are good. What's your secret for producing good sounds? I don't know. I have a bread keyboard. Like I really don't get what they were trying to imply. What the hell is there to learn from the US other than what not to do? Exactly. I think maybe they're trying to say that not to make the same mistake as the United States. I hope that that's what they're trying to imply. I'm trying to be really generous here. China is now the same position when the United States was the first producing economy. When the United States began to shift its production to backward countries, including China, in order to revive aging technologies and increase its supply due to cheap labor. This is called direct investment. All developed capitalist countries, including China, continue to do this now. But as you correctly noted, the interests of China and the United States are closely related in this tension. Yeah. So we know that Trump canceled going green in USA. How does it go in China though? On the other on the one hand, they produce electric cars and stuff. Aren't you guys watching the video? What, or are you just like trying to like argue against each other in the chat to see who wins? Can we not do that? Can we watch this first?
sector has not been transformative.
Are you not
as
listening?
evidenced by the unimpressive increase in renewable energy adoption and the continued high levels of total emissions. This is the key failure of the capitalist model. When the choice is between more profit now and sustainable profits later, the short term always wins out, regardless of the consequences. The American approach is destined for failure. Relying only on the goodwill and initiative of the rich, it must somehow contend with entrenched low-cost energy infrastructure, the high cost associated with a rapid transition, and resistance from established industries. Additionally, there are financial barriers to investing in emerging technologies, especially in developing countries and among lower-income households. Policy changes such as increased investment in scientific research, ending fossil fuel subsidies, and introducing carbon pricing are necessary, but have been met with significant political resistance and are unlikely to be implemented in the time frame required. And according to many experts, we are already past that window. This profit-driven model, heavily influenced by elite economic interests and the fossil fuel lobby, has caused a slow adoption of renewables. The American approach is further undermined by the lack of comprehensive and cohesive national policies. Because what good is freedom if you can't refuse to cooperate? State-level initiatives vary widely, leading to an inefficient patchwork of regulations that are often inconsistent and insufficient. This fragmented approach to policy, coupled with reliance on the invisible hand of the market and decentralized, often childishly obstinate state government to address a global crisis requiring unified and decisive action is, to put it lightly, only a little less useless than plugging your ears and pretending climate change isn't happening, which some states also do. Next, we'll look at the European Union.
Putting a manapple on your head and say la la la, nothing is happening. Climate change isn't real.
United States Light. Fewer calories, same support for genocide.
Yes. Fewer calories, same support for genocide. He is so right.
The EU has adopted a regulatory and policy-driven approach to clean energy and climate change, aiming for climate neutrality by 2050. This approach is far better than the US's, as it relies on comprehensive legislative frameworks and international cooperation, with significant financial investments required from member states. The EU's energy sector, responsible for over 75% of its greenhouse gas emissions, is undergoing a substantial transformation to achieve a net zero economy. However, this approach has its own drawbacks, especially for a loose federation like the EU. The financial burden placed on member states and the uneven implementation of policies across the Union are significant obstacles. The ambitious targets set by the EU require coordinated efforts from all member states, which has proven to be a complex and often contentious process. This mirrors some of the challenges the US is facing. It turns out that implementing large-scale environmental policies within a diverse political and economic union is difficult to say the least. What's more, the EU's approach exacerbates economic disparities between member states. Wealthier countries are better equipped to make the necessary investments and adjustments, while poorer nations struggle to meet the same standards without significant external support. And unfortunately for them, their fellow member states aren't helping. So, despite being a collection of the richest and most powerful nations on Earth, built upon centuries of domination and their own heavily polluted past, the West is not only failing to implement policies, they are functionally and technologically years behind China, a country that is routinely criticized for not doing enough about climate change by these very same countries. And it's not just words. The Western powers are actively trying to undermine China's progress. The West, particularly the United States and the European Union, have imposed significant sanctions and tariffs on Chinese renewable products. These actions, framed as efforts to ensure fair trade, greatly hinder the fight against climate change. The United States and the EU have established numerous trade barriers against Chinese renewable energy products, which have and will continue to disrupt the global supply chain. Since 2011, the number of trade restrictions, like anti-dumping and countervailing duties, has jumped from 1 to 16, with many more on the way or expected. Anti-dumping duties are imposed when a foreign company sells a product in the US at a price lower than it costs to produce, while countervailing duties are added to offset the benefits that Chinese manufacturers get from government subsidies. These duties range from 18.32% to a whopping 250% for anti-dumping, and from 14.78% to 49.79% for countervailing. These high tariffs are, among other things, meant to make Chinese solar panels more costly in the US, which is meant to hurt China's solar industry in order to boost adoption of domestically manufactured panels, which wouldn't be so bad if the US actually pushed for adoption of these domestic products instead of backing fossil fuels to the hilt. Similarly, the European Union has imposed heavy duties on solar glass imports from China, Malaysia, and Taiwan. The truth of the matter is that China leads the world in solar panel production. By 2025, it's expected that China will control almost 95% of the global production of key solar panel components. Over the last decade, China has invested over $50 billion in solar manufacturing and created about 300,000 jobs in the sector, far outpacing investments from Europe and the United States. Chinese government policies have been crucial in driving this growth, rather than the barrier that many critics claim. Regardless, one would assume the capitalist powers would welcome competition, as that is their stated philosophy. It would appear that only applies when they can win. These Western-imposed sanctions and tariffs obviously have serious implications and consequences for global climate goals. Accelerating the adoption of renewable energy is crucial for cutting emissions, and a recent study shows that renewables and energy efficiency measures could meet 90% of emission reduction needs by 2050. Renewable energy is expected to be the largest source, requiring an annual increase of about 1.2%, a rate much faster than what we've seen recently. Fully utilizing renewable energy options would significantly cut emissions, achieving a 15% reduction by 2030 compared to the current path. This would align with the EU's goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030 and help meet the Paris Agreement's targets. However, Western sanctions and tariffs make this goal nearly impossible to reach, revealing their total disregard for the greatest existential threat humanity has ever faced. China has emerged as a crucial and effective player in the fight against climate change. Their progress has been driven by a series of exceptionally successful 5-year plans which have allowed China to make the necessary vast investments in clean energy technology and to set ambitious yet attainable climate goals, even exceeding some years ahead of schedule. These plans have facilitated the rapid development of solar, wind, and hydropower, making China the global leader in renewable energy production. This success stands in stark contrast to the fragmented and lackluster efforts seen in the West, where policy inconsistency and lack of coordinated action hinders progress. China's ability to exceed their own goals, as well as those outlined by international agreements like the Paris Accord, is evidence that they aren't just paying lip service to the crisis as the West does, which is extremely important if there's to be long-term progress. But beyond this, China has been able to show the world that it's possible to grow an economy and seriously tackle emissions while introducing cleaner solutions that don't rely on profit incentives. The success of the 5-year plans has also proved the necessity of large-scale government direction in order to accomplish a goal that the West wants you to believe can be solved by individuals buying a product with a green sticker on it.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
see?
myopic Western sanctions and tariffs on Chinese renewable products pose a serious threat to progress. Trade barriers not only undermine China's efforts, but also stall the global transition to clean energy, making it harder to meet international climate targets and avoid the most extreme climate fallout scenarios. The West's focus on protectionist measures over collaborative progress sabotages the desperately needed united front against climate change. But despite the challenges posed by Western sanctions, China stands poised to lead the global community in addressing climate change and securing a sustainable future for all of us. It's time that we in the West acknowledge that China isn't our enemy. It's simply an economic peer nation.
Yeah.
And we could all benefit from the advances China has made if our own ruling class weren't so invested in the unsustainable status quo.
Okay. China exceeding their goals is kind of notable considering how many places set pathetically low goals that they still fail to meet. That is true, yeah. Like you said before, Mark, like regardless of what political alignment, China has at this point, some would say it is communism, some would say it is not real communism, whatever. You can think whatever you want, but what they're objectively doing right now in reality, right, is actually something that's not been done in the West,
Episodes like this one are made...
Okay, so let's move on to green. Okay, let's talk about a little bit of green energy. Maybe let's watch this one. This one is pretty short too. So it highlights. Let's see. What's the? Renewable stats, competition, subsidies, coal, fossil fuels, conclusion. Okay, all right. Let's get through this.
In April 2024, the US Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen took a week-long trip to China, during which she criticised Beijing's economic policy and warned President Xi and his colleagues that their current level of industrial capacity is very much viewed by Western nations as a dangerous overcapacity that could pose a risk to the rest of the world, by which I think she means the United States and Europe, but mostly the United States. The most pressing issue on Secretary Yellen's agenda appeared to be China's rather irritating recent habit of building lots of really very good quality electric cars and selling them to the public at prices that average working people can afford.
And also, but not that guy. He thinks that the Cybertruck is better than a BYD electric vehicle. Hello, Sneezy McGlassface. Main energy source in China is coal, though. Yeah, they're gonna talk about coal right now. So just chill your calm your tits. We're gonna get there. I have been summoned. Hello, who are you? Who are you? How do you do? I've been drawn in by your potassium. Hello, Gold Grin Reaper. Yes, I am Manana. Welcome to the chat. The girls are fighting. Straya moment. Thanks, ScoMo. Even some Americans already saying China right now is more capitalist than America itself. Really? Source though. I don't know, dog, but America is becoming the third world with the Gucci belt, and the Gucci belt is fake. Some Americans are brain rotted. Yeah, and also they don't understand. Some of them don't even understand their own living situations. It's moving away from coal though, while most other places don't do shit. Yeah. The Cybertruck is one of the worst vehicles in the history of the world. He might have fucked up the country, but at least he was funny, not intentionally, but still a joke. I keep remembering that one Simpsons episode where Homer made a car. Oh yeah, and then Tesla like copied the design. Source, I made it the fuck up. Yeah, a lot of people today have so many assumptions. The Orientalism is so strong in a lot of people today. I'm kind of sad to see that, but I guess it's unexpected. I mean, it's kind of expected considering, a lot of us has been fed anti China, anti-communist, anti-China, and even like Orientalist views. Even people from Asian countries, like that guy from the Philippines. What the hell? I'm bourgeois. I rent my house. Okay, okay. All right, you do on. Okay, what does that even mean? How are you a bourgeois and you rent your house? Wait, you rent your house? You're a landlord? Oh my god. You know what's really impressive? Not long ago, Chinese Tomahawk beat a record of holding not hot plasma for more than 1,000 seconds. It makes humanity closer to the thermonuclear energy, which is way bigger than just nuclear. Some Americans think they've been living under a communist regime for the past 4 years. I don't think that means much. Yeah, it's like their words against, it's like my word against yours. Your words against mine. Him bringing coal into parliament was the funniest thing he's ever done, followed up by the forced handshakes with the firefighters. Yeah. The Cybertruck is so great, it can't even be driven in Europe. For real? It doesn't pass like the safety test. Didn't make it. It's okay, Sneezy. Well, you're here in my really heated political stream, so snap. Buckle up. Oh god, the forced handshake. Yeah, are you talking about the Australian leader? I believe in the caste system that India uses for ages. What? What do you mean, bro? Are you a casteist? Are you from India? So you believe in fascism because that's the caste dog. Did you know that Hitler took inspiration from India's caste system? Yeah? Are you just flat out admitting that you're a fascist? No fucking way, dude. I'll be back. If this motherfucker talks more, then no. All right, you need to chill. Have a rest for an hour, man. if my comrade, comrade Nikki, she's literally India. Like India, India. She's literally India. She's literally Indian living in Bombay right now. If she saw your comment and say like, I believe in the caste system, she will chew you the fuck out, bro. Have you ever been to India? Do you know anything about the caste system? What the fuck? That's literally Hitler's inspiration. What the fuck do you mean you believe in the caste system? What the hell was that? Do you do political streams regularly? Yes, on Twitch. On YouTube, I do something different. I put all of my music stuff there, my after party and stuff. All of my political streams are on Twitch. But maybe when things calm down, I would be doing some variety streams on Twitch. But for now, I'll be doing more political streams. Leftist VTuber, easiest to follow. Thank you. But my chat is always spicy, so buckle up. Exactly, it's a safety standards. It's a hunk of steel with no crumple zones and stuff. Just murder machine. The cracks are showing, especially if you're old. If you're old and aren't online all day. Exactly. No way. Did they go against the great Elon? The great Emperor Elon. Man, I just timed out that guy who was like, I believe in the caste system. No way. You just didn't say that. I do have a bit of a damper on the fusion thing. While the remarkable achievement, it would still not be able to run without immense numbers of fission reactors to provide necessary... yeah, okay. I think you already said that. Mana picked up the big guns. Just go shit himself in Engadine. Engadine Macus. Are you talking about McDonald's? No safety measures to protect pedestrians like foldable bumpers, so it's illegal in the EU. Yeah. Context for non-Australian people. The previous Prime Minister brought a lump of coal into Parliament saying shit like, this is coal. It can't hurt you, to advocate for more coal mining. And during the Australian fires, he was so unpopular when visiting first responders. They told him to go fuck himself and refused to shake his hands. So he sort of just forced himself upon them. It was the funniest shit. Yeah, oh my god. Unfortunately, it can't be imported somehow. It can be imported somehow. What the hell? 2 or 3 have been spotted here in Italy. Oh my god, isn't that a violation then? In EU standards. Safety standards in EU. That's crazy. Must be some rich folk that can straight up ignore the law. Why would they use a Tesla when they can just easily like buy like Chinese electronic cars, like Chinese EVs? As I said before, you say one good thing about China and the chuds come out of the woodworks, spout bullshit. Yeah. Many years ago, I found videos of abandoned parking lots of new cars, thousands of new cars that will never be brought, just left to rot. It was very shocking, especially if you think how many damage done to nature to manufacture a car and rare materials from Earth. Capitalist overproduction is horrible, yeah. Or maybe some modification to make it legal. The fuck do I know? I don't even have a car, nor I'd care to buy a Tesla. Yeah. I've never been to India, but if my second to third-hand experience tell me anything, there's a huge divide between wealthy and westernized capitalist-leaning types and rural communists that the former are keeping oppressed. Appreciate the chat for this anti-lib action. Yes, we are. I'm not a liberal. I'm not a liberal. These people are legit dumb fucks with money to waste, and Elon is their messiah or some bullshit. With the Macca's thing, There's a meme about the former prime minister that someone saw him shit himself when sitting in a random local McDonald's. So in 1994, so everyone collectively makes fun of him here. You're pretty bang on. Except the rural part, it also extends to urban centers, not limited to rural areas in 2025. And they say capitalist competition is good, not to nature, obviously, yeah. Can we see how to obtain Chinese visa? Just kidding, probably is boring. And it's not just with cars. Millions of tons of various unsold products are being destroyed so that capitalists avoid overproduction and preserve their profits. Yeah. I saw it in a research paper where people tried to toss a pedestrian passing and recorded which cars let them. You could see the empathy dwindling the pricier the car was. What the hell, really? Ew. Okay, let's go back to this.
Over here in the United Kingdom, our government regards that sort of skullduggery as just not cricket, you know. And in the two largest EU economies, France and Germany, the prospect of cheap Chinese cars flooding their domestic markets has prompted something of a meltdown among well-established legacy automakers. And it's the same problem with other energy transition hardware like solar panels, wind turbines and batteries. The message that ordinary folks like you and me are getting over here in the West is that the stirring dragon in the East is one of the great evils of the modern age, and it needs to be put back in its dragon box. So we should maybe have a think about that, shouldn't we?
Just have a think.
Hello and welcome to Just Have a Think. China's pledged to reach net zero emissions by 2060 at the latest. About 15 years ago, China's leaders realised that decarbonisation was not only an important global goal.
Yeah, see, there was the smog.
An extremely urgent
Back then.
priority for improving air quality and public health in their rapidly growing urban centres. They also recognised that the economic revolution that was enshrined in their 5-year plans would probably not be helped by building internal combustion engine vehicles that had struggled to compete with already well-established global brands and would lock the country into decades of expensive oil imports. So China decided to dive enthusiastically into the development of battery-powered electric vehicles instead. Meanwhile, here in the West, despite a very clear and obvious directional nudge by Tesla Motors, the major automotive manufacturers
Tesla.
pretty much completely
Speaking of which, people are talking about Tesla. Tesla mentioned.
ignored the writing on the wall and elected to stick with old technology that they understood and were tooled up to produce. As a result, China's gained the so-called first mover advantage over its Western competitors. According to the data website EV Volumes, of the 14
That will never be not funny.
million or so electric vehicles sold globally in 2023,
The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I'm just kidding.
about 8.5 million were sold in China, 70% of which were fully electric.
First move
and
advantage,
30% were plug-in hybrids. And the country's also revolutionising most other forms of transport too.
I've been trying.
I'm so fucking pissed that we now associate the name Tesla with Elon rather than the actual scientist Nikola Tesla. Like, no! Fuck that. Fuck Elon for forever hijacking Tesla's name, you know?
tracking China's renewable stats since 2014.
Fuck that guy.
That's Michael Barnard, a global technologist who spent decades working for one of the world's largest
Shout out to GM for killing the EV1. What a move.
tech consultancy firms operating in 128 countries worldwide, and who now advises companies and policymakers in key markets, including Southeast Asia and China.
They're electrifying their everything vastly faster than the rest of the world combined. They have 1.2 million electric trucks and buses on the roads and have 45,000 kilometers of high-speed grid-tied electric rail, which is displacing enormous amounts of aviation.
By 2022,
Oh, wow, okay.
77% of the buses on China's roads had some kind of electric propulsion system. 84% of that new fleet was pure electric, and that proportion is rising as the economics of hybrids and hydrogen fuel cells continue to make less sense to fleet buyers. That's an astonishing rate of adoption. As recently as
Yeah,
2015,
that's
almost
actually really impressive though.
80% of Chinese urban buses were running on diesel or gas. According to the World
Damn,
Resources
okay.
Institute, if China stays on its current trajectory, then greenhouse gas emissions from road transport in that country will peak well before 2030, ahead of the European Union and the USA.
Chinese road transport emissions under different scenarios. Was as usual, stated policy. Oh, damn.
And of course, as we're all hearing so regularly in the news nowadays, having honed their craft and produced a range of extremely high quality products, Chinese automakers now have their sights firmly set on global expansion. Chinese brands are already commonplace in Australia and Southeast Asia, and now they're making a move into Europe and looking for ways into the United States. And that is definitely causing a level of concern, to put it mildly. At the IAA Mobility Auto Show in Munich, Germany in September 2023, Renault's chief executive, Luca De Meo, was quoted as saying, "It's clear that they are very competitive in the electric car value chain. I think they are a generation ahead of us. We need to catch up very, very quickly."
You can't.
Over in the States, Jim Farley, CEO of the mighty Ford Motor Company,
Oh, Ford.
recently said, "If you cannot compete fair and square with the Chinese around the world, then 20 to 30% of your revenue is at risk over the next several years."
Oof.
A big complaint about
Oof.
Chinese EVs that's often amplified in the Western media is that they're being kept artificially and unfairly cheap by massive state subsidies. But how accurate is that allegation? According to a recent Bloomberg NEF analysis, incentives do exist, both for Chinese producers and consumers.
Oh, that is
EV
cool.
buyers in China don't pay any vehicle purchase tax, for example.
Yo, what? Why are they not doing this here in Japan? Oh my god. Hybrid cars are so expensive.
And Chinese automakers have received production subsidies over the last decade or so to incentivize them to prioritize EVs over internal combustion
To be fair though, our public transportation is a lot better here than in the United States, so we don't really need cars as much. I don't need a car. I've never needed a car. So, when I go to work. But then again, you know what? Like, it's a good incentive if you don't have to pay taxes if you go if you buy even a hybrid car, right?
engine vehicles. Chinese firms have historically been allowed to purchase land at discount prices too, and access low-interest loans and research grants from local governments keen to attract new industry and jobs to their regions. America's response has been to provide its own suite of incentives to US manufacturers as part of the Inflation Reduction Act and apply a 27.5% tariff to Chinese EV imports. According to a recent Reuters report, the US government is also putting huge pressure on Mexico to prevent Chinese suppliers setting up production facilities there.
Hell no! They're really doing this. No way, dude. I mean, but I guess it's already very, very United States move. Who is surprised here? I don't think anyone is surprised, but it's just it makes you laugh because you laugh because of how predictable they are. Not because it's anything funny, but it's just absurdly predictable that of course the United States would do this. Brother. Honestly, even electric cars, in principle, easier than oil engines to repair. Capitalists just like gatekeeping everything with delicate circuit boards so that it breaks faster and forces people to buy. Since they can't fabricate the proprietary PCBs in the garage, I can see why we can't do that with EVs too. Easy repair should be a huge selling point. That is true. That is so true. China knows what's up. Light surface rail is the champion of sustainable transportation in the modern world. Fuck EVs. Bonuses of Elon Musk is that the rational people can see that billionaires are dipshits that got lucky in the casino. Yeah, that's true. That is so true. He's the epitome of that guy is not a genius, He's literally a son of an emerald mine owner in South African apartheid system. So that man, byproduct of a fucking apartheid. his wealth, his generational wealth literally came from apartheid. Bro. Tesla is run by entirely by carbon credit system, which is a government subsidy. You can go to the mountains in an hour by train. That's incredible. Well, that was okay. Yeah, he was. Yeah, Nikola Tesla was scammed by that fraud Edison. So I understand why he didn't like capitalists. Yeah. And also, I don't like that people associate Edison with like invention or like with innovation and stuff, because he did not. He's kind of like Elon or Steve Jobs, you know. Elon and Steve Jobs and Thomas Edison, they're all the same. There's no way that Elon could like compare himself to Nikola Tesla. The fuck? That bitch? Nah.
To take advantage of the North American Free Trade Agreement, or NAFTA. Meanwhile, over here in Europe, in September 2023, the European Union launched a formal investigation into Chinese subsidies, claiming that dumping unfairly cheap EVs in foreign countries is in violation of international trade rules and anti-free market.
I think if you could just like search on the internet though, like if you just like trace like Elon's lineage, yeah, it's not too far. Like you can literally Google that shit, that his maternal grandparents are Nazis. Apparently the Musk family came, yes. I wouldn't be. I mean, you could see it pull endless rug pulls during the last few years. Yeah, I think the funniest thing about the Elon is that the wealth that he used to buy Tesla and shit was literally a result of him being pushed out of PayPal after he tried to turn it into his weird X idea. So he was kicked out, but kept his stock. Musk's literal entire career consists of scams and fraud. He's a fucking idiot who can't produce anything useful, even if shoved into McDonald's kitchen. That's a rare insult. I love that. I love reading your rare insults, imps. You guys are so funny. I don't know that everyone told Edison is the one who invented the lamp. No, Aiden. No. I mean, just the story about the AC/DC, right? AC/DC, not the band, but just look it up. Remember the elephant that he electrocuted in public? The fuck? To what do we call this? To show his the prowess of like was it direct current? I think it's direct current. Was it the elephant's his name is Dipsy? Yeah, DC. It was DC. But the clearly the superior is the AC system, right? Dipsy. Wait, Dipsy? Or I don't know, huh? Wait. Edison, elephant. I need to Google that. Topsy! Okay, not Dipsy. Wait, Dipsy is a Teletubby. It was Topsy, the elephant that he fucking electrocuted. That fucking monster. It's not Dipsy. It was Topsy. It's not he did. In fact, Nikola Tesla. Thomas Edison did not electrocute a Teletubby. He electrocuted an elephant named Topsy, not Dipsy. Trying to prove DC was safer, which is, yeah. Tinky Winky was my favorite elephant. All right, let's go back to this. The fuck?
How exactly is China
EU to launch
subsidizing?
Wait. Is that Financial Times. EU to launch anti-subsidy probe into Chinese electric vehicles. Brussels will launch anti-subsidy investigation to Chinese electric vehicles that are distorting the EU market. Oh my god, of course. A probe that could constitute one of the largest trades cases launched given the scale of the market.
How exactly is China subsidizing stuff today when they created an industrial policy that led to cheap products that are necessary now by keeping their eye on where the ball would be? So right now, in these decarbonization necessities of the future, wind turbines, solar panels, high voltage direct current, batteries, heat pumps, electric trucks, electric trains, it has massive economies of scale for all that stuff because of stuff that China started doing in the 80s and 90s. Their domestic supply chains are very short geographically. Now, part of that is what they do is they create clusters for industries. Like when I was looking at the electric bicycle market prior to COVID, one district of one city is building a third of all the electric bicycles in the China manufacturers. One district, which means that purchasing power parity is 40% better than the United States or Europe. That means every yuan you spend goes 40% further in your domestic supply chain. Some of that is wages, but their wages have been increasing substantially. If they need a part, the depot is right beside them. If a small firm gets a big order, they can assemble 5 other firms to fulfill that order in a way that just isn't possible in North America or Europe, where the growth was more organic and more dispersed. Europe's not going to find significant subsidies of these firms in 2024. The investment by the government and focus by the government was 10, 15, 25 years ago. Basically, we've got a situation where you're
distorting the market. Translation: our parasites aren't getting even fatter and my political donors don't like that. Yep. Exactly. DC doesn't reach nearly as far as well. So if our electric grid was DC, then we'd have to have a building on each block just to supply the electricity, basically. Yeah.
Europe and the United States have taken their eye off the ball on fundamental technology.
Wages have been increasing substantially. There you go, weirdo who said they're decreasing. Yeah. I think that was just someone who has like some bone to pick. Like you could definitely like, I don't know for sure if they were Chinese, They could be Taiwanese for all we know. Sowing discord. In sowing discord on the Discord chat. Just kidding. Well, we don't know. We don't know what their motivations are, but maybe they have like a grudge against the party. And that's fair, but we're not talking about their vendetta against their own country. And also it's an anecdotal their case is so anecdotal, like the claims that they're making are so anecdotal that, okay, well, give me a source then, but then refuses to elaborate. So I don't know what you really want from this discussion then. We're talking about the efforts that China are doing in green energy. So we're checking it out, and in fact they're actually doing something. So why are you like trying to derail the conversation when we're not even talking about that in the first place? Take it up to your party. I mean, true, I can't support imperialist capitalistic action, but even if it comes from PRC. Yeah. Putting 2 wires on my tongue is too much. It's like frying what? Frying a wiener? Or whiner? The person who said wages were decreasing also said they prefer the Indian caste system, so they clearly are a troll. That's true. I should have banned them already, but if they're back, like, I will probably ban them. If they say some shit again. They did say that I'm gonna be banned someday, but probably not someday. Maybe today. Who knows? The guy talking in Chinese said other dumb shit. If I recall correctly, the guy who got Timed Out started off with wages are decreasing in China and China can't exist without the USBS. Yeah. When are you gonna stop being a banana or apple? It looks unserious when you talk about politics.
Technologies.
Why don't you stop being a fucking wiener? You're so unserious when you're talking about politics, you know?
They lost track of the industrial policies. They thought that innovation was funding startups and research.
I popped a vein over that comment. Which one? Sneaky. Oh, the caste system thing. Yeah. I had to time out that motherfucker. Cause man, I literally have a comrade who lives in Bombay, and she's like, nope. Nope. India is like the OG fascist country. Yeah. Like, have you ever seen like the living conditions of the Dalits in fucking India, bitch?
Not industrial policy.
Europe has destroyed their resources, so they can't do something like China does. The resources were weird though. They said that Chinese work 14 hours a day and sourced that with the Chinese exports chart. Yeah. They have nothing. That's why they're just like, you know, like trying to like throw shit on the wall and hoping something sticks. I like getting radicalized by a banana. Thank you, Jav.
So what about that
Welcome to Banana Chat. Not being able to have a serious convo about politics in a silly way is a skill issue. Exactly.
The elephant in the room then? Greenhouse gas emissions. One of the most common questions I get asked is, why should we bother reducing our emissions in the West when China's the worst polluter on the planet and it keeps using...
Like, let's be for real here. I'm an anime girl already. Like, what other, like, you know, like having a banana or an apple on my head would not, like, most people would not take it seriously. Like, most people would, like, scoff and, like, anime girl talking about politics. Your opinions are invalid because you're a 2D bitch, you know? So, I mean... There are those people, so it's just like I'm not my content is not for you, so you know, move along, scoot, you know, skirt.
More and more coal every year, according to a
anti-communist talking points have as much credibility as conspiracy theories like alien abductions and stupid shit like that. Yeah, can only trust political banana. Oh, or would you prefer me to be an apple? Because they don't really understand what fascism is. Yeah. Nothing radicalized against capitalism more than capitalism. Exactly. Like, I literally got radicalized when I had to start working. When I started having a job. Having a job literally made me into a communist that I am today. Europe was just asleep at the wheel, and now we're paying the consequences. I don't think it's a resource problem. This is a nice cheerful stream despite the doomsday topic. I tried to make it as you know, as not doomer. We try not to do doomerist shit here. Nevertheless, history knows when even the seemingly harmless communists were eliminated. Exactly. First, they came for the serious communists, and then they came for the bananas, you know? So. Anime lady is a good way to radicalize the apolitical weebs. Yeah. Elephant in the room. Please leave the poor elephants out of this. They suffered enough with Edison around. Exactly. 2D is superior to 3D. I like it when anime girl talk about politics. Oh no. Then you're a rare breed, because a lot of the people, like, I literally got harassed by some coomers on Twitter when I literally tweeted. I said that no matter how much you escape with your waifus, you know, with your VTuber waifus, you still live on planet Earth and you will not be able to escape reality, you know? And they got so mad. And I'm like, and they won't fuck you, bros. Like, they literally don't know you exist. And they won't fuck you ever. And they were so mad. I think what the fuck is his name? I think some Kumar guy. What's his name? Rev something. But he's like a right winger too. Like when Trump won, he was like, "Oh, we won." And he was like, "Oh, I'm not really into political shit." But then when Trump won, he actually he said, "We won. You're not trash." Oh, bro. Edison too scared to sit in an electric chair, so kills an elephant instead. Tesla casually holds lightning with his hand. Exactly. Tesla was just like, yeah, I don't know. I'm just playing with lightning. Just another Tuesday for Tesla. I find that a remarkably high ratio of the people who say that have a job as a landlord or day trader. Yeah. I think they know enough, but they are just too used to make excuses for the US and still have that American exceptionalism ingrained in them. Yeah, the problem is American exceptionalism, really. Like, they can't see it because it's just the standard for what's normal to them. If anything, Mana, you're the rare breed. At most anime girls online who talk about politics about the most reactionary shit I've ever heard. I mean, yeah, like, the thing is, it's either they're apolitical or they're literally a 4chan darling, you know? You know who? There's so many of them. Like, literally, they are Chun-Li. They're 4chan darlings. Like, they do Coomer bait shit, and then, I don't know, they kind of just agree with whatever fascist talking point is popular to get them the most cash. I guess, you know, like, I guess it's really, to me, it's funny, though, because it's yeah, we all know that that's like the common grifter route, but it's so funny that these motherfuckers really like think that their anime girl doing Coomer shit for them is like, you know, she's really gonna fuck them. Like, no dog. She's high-key grifting right now. She's literally saying all the things that you want to hear so that you can give her more, you know, more coins. But that's, you know, that's not, I guess, come on, we're all twerking for capitalism, but that's, let's just call it as what it is, you know. It's just, you know, your typical right wing grift, you know. I said Nicholas too should get a medal for helping revolution to happen with his actions. Twitter, the most serious platform. Yeah, exactly. I came for Mana first, then saying for the politics. Thank you, Eden. They can't accept it. They can be different. Yes, exactly. It is what it is, or life is normal. Anything that doesn't align with my worldview is political type beat. Yeah. Political uwu. The world could not handle 4 Chun-Lis. I know. I can't either. Damn. You know? Have you seen those thighs? It's a job, bro. Yeah, it is a job. It is a job. Like, for fucking real. Who are those Coomers you were talking about? Not. I'm not gonna name names, but they're around. I can see them. I blocked all of them. For obvious reasons, I don't want to see them on my timeline, please. The world is bad enough. We're all twerking, yes. We're all twerking for capitalism. Like, I am twerking for capitalism. I'm literally on Twitch, owned by Amazon. But you know what? I need to make music. And where do I get my funds to make more music? I need money. What the hell? You literally can't live on this planet without money. What am I supposed to do? Starve? What am I supposed to do? Go outside and be homeless? Oh no, because I you know, some people choose to be homeless, I guess. Some motherfuckers would claim that some people just choose to be homeless, you know? Like, Shut the fuck up, bro. I can't. I can't deal with another look. Oh, homeless people choose to be homeless. I've done like at least 2 streams with people saying that shit. Like, man, not today, please. Let's not do that today. You're supposed to live on an island alone and make animal friends. Wait, what are we talking about? wait. Are we talking about Animal Crossing? Zitter. Are you talking about Animal Crossing? America's love for Trump is crazy to me. Made more failed businesses than Trump is normally the person I bring up when talking about failures. He's a fail son. That I don't know. His entire political career is literally failing upwards. Like, he is the epitome of failing upwards. Average capitalism moment. Use Coomer bait and then pivot hard into fascism when you want even more money. Exactly. They're already top 1%, but still want more. Exactly. Probably shouldn't name them just in case someone clips it and turns them into... No, there are no names. Like, they know who they are. So I don't give a fuck about that. I mean, what does Coomer... Well, chat, can you explain what a Coomer is? Because we have some Russians here that don't really understand, like, most of the English slang, like internet slang. So can somebody explain what a Coomer is? Explain what Coomer is as if I'm a 5th grader. Bleh. My mouth is so dry. What the hell? Hey, have you? Yeah, you have the freedom to live on the street. Yeah, there's so much freedom, right? The freedom to be homeless, the freedom to be jobless, the freedom to starve. The saddest thing, we need money to survive. Yeah, but we can question the economic system in which we live. Exactly, because I participate in this system. I was forced to participate in this. So I have the right to actually criticize a system that I am being forced into participating, okay? We all exist in a capitalist system. Participating as a part of a worker class is completely moral. Exactly. And that's exactly why I became communist in the first place, because I had a job. I still have a job. I've been holding down my job for a long time. This is literally just Animal Crossing New Horizons. Just a curse word implying that someone comes a lot. Yeah, someone that uses sexy anime girls to do their business, right? To rub one out, you know? They literally rub one out to the 2D anime girls with big boobas, you know? Yes, I need to hydrate. Nepotism and failing upwards go hand in hand. Exactly. You don't need to be intelligent. You just need to have generational wealth. Coomers are people who are blight on him. Yes. But not on any street. Some streets are not free. That is true. You can literally get criminalized. You can go to jail for being homeless in America. A Coomer is someone who is a chronic masturbator and does nothing else. Not the most hygienic person. Capitalist free. Yeah, I guess Coomer is not just like limited to anime, to like rubbing one out to anime girls, but also like to all the girls, because they don't know how to talk to one. They don't even know, like, they've never spoken to a woman probably in their entire life, other than their own mother, or if they have a female sibling, you know. Coomers rather are those who do not benefit society. Oh, but chat, you're being like you're shaming them. You're kink shaming them. I think kink shame can sometimes be a good thing, because you know some people need to be shamed. Honestly, you can have a job but no pay for you. Sniper is Australian though. New viewer here. How do you balance work with streaming? Having a schedule, really. Like yesterday, I had a stream in the morning, I recorded, and then I streamed again in the evening. And then today, I did my chores. And then when I finish my chores, I'm streaming. And then I'm gonna end my stream in an hour. And then I'm gonna go to bed and wake up tomorrow to work out before I go to work. And then I go to work and have a 9-hour shift and go, go home, go to bed, and do it all again until my next stream, So, time management, really. Having a structure. We all have a cute anime girl with big booba and big banana on their head, on her hands. So what? Yeah. Also comes to the freedom to have cops beat the shit out of you for literally no reason. Yeah. And hello, Brain. Wait, was Brain always here? Thanks for modding the chat today. A little different. Fascism as a product of capitalism arises when the system is experiencing a deep crisis. Fascism preserves established social relations, which actually makes it an obstacle for capitalists to make super profits, but it allows them to suppress any resistance in society and strengthen their position. Yeah, fascism serves capital, The process of fascization can also take place in a striking way, mimicking the demands of society. Yeah, that's what that's what happened in 1930s Germany, right? I'm not really here. Mana is cooking though. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Wait, what? Or listening Baby Shark all night long. You can shame fascists. It's allowed. That is true. Hi, Tumachen. Hello, Malo. They literally killed a homeless man with a bulldozer when they were destroying a homeless encampment in a land. Whoa! No fucking way, dude. That's how America treats homeless. Yeah? What the fuck? Oh my god, what? I thought they only do that I thought only the Jizzies do that to Palestinians, but apparently also the Americans do. Well, they learn from the best, I guess, The best in flattening people with a bulldozer. I work out 4 days a week. So today's my rest day. Saturday, Sunday, rest day. Monday, Tuesday, I work out. Wednesday, I take a day off and then stream. And then to Thursday, Friday, I work out. Yeah, yes, I'm. You could say it's a workout, but it works for me. I've never felt so energized. As long as I have a structure, I feel good. If I don't follow if I feel I don't have anything to do, I will fall into the laziness trap of just oh yeah, I'll do it tomorrow, but no. Sometimes I have those days, and sometimes I allow it, but only for one day. And then I get back to my schedule, Get back to it again. I've been here. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Brain. Has her shit together. Imagine having... Yeah, Radispy, I need to have a schedule in order for me to accomplish my goals. Right? I can't achieve anything without having a plan. That's why having a 5-year plan is also important. That's why countries like China are doing better, because they have a plan. They literally have 5-year plans. So planning is actually nice. Planning is actually good. I'm well aware that was more or less the point. That it's a consistent trend of capitalism to preserve rising profits in the immediate sense, regardless of long-term outcomes. Fascism is the antibody of capitalism. Yes. Yeah. Hello, Paluki. Welcome to the chat. Mana is always cooking. What are you talking about? Fascism is a radical reaction of capitalism to communism, as Konstantin Siomin said. I don't know if he was quoting someone, though. I just arrived and I would like to know what's going on and what I missed. Not much. I mean, well, you missed a quite like an hour of stuff, but people, the first few minutes, people were already fighting in the chat about China. So
Data Analytics Organization.
boom and bust coal. Okay, so now they're talking about coal. Okay, so let's backtrack because we lost the plot. Let's go.
What about that other elephant in the room then? Greenhouse gas emissions. One of the most common questions I get asked is, why should we bother reducing our emissions in the West when China's the worst polluter on the planet?
Yeah.
And it keeps using more and more coal
Yes,
every year?
This is the argument. People who are like, coal, but coal though. Listen now.
According to a respected data analytics organization called Global Energy Monitor, or GEM, China currently has just over 1,100 gigawatts of operational coal power capacity. That is a lot of coal. In fact, according to this chart from Statista, it's 1.5 times more capacity than the next 9 largest coal-burning countries combined.
Oh, damn. Okay.
It also has 268
Okay, so you actually have a point.
gigawatts of announced new capacity, about 136 gigawatts of which is in construction. So there's definitely no room for complacency. That is a frightening amount of coal, and it does indeed propel China to the top of the global emissions league table.
Okay, so we have this chart, all right.
But it's worth scratching the surface a little bit here to get a slightly more nuanced picture. GEM also tells us
Nuance. Okay, so people who want nuance, stay.
that in the last few years, China's shelved, retired, mothballed or cancelled 775 gigawatts of capacity based on old, less efficient technology, burning dirtier forms of coal. Those older plants emitted roughly 1.4 tons of carbon dioxide per megawatt hour. Cleaner forms of coal, burnt in new, more efficient facilities, emit about 0.8 tons per megawatt hour. And that's a 40% reduction in emissions.
Okay, that's actually good.
Beautiful, clean coal.
Beautiful, clean coal. China.
Yeah, I know. I don't think any rational observer is suggesting that going from dirty coal to clean coal is any reason for celebration.
Right? Okay, so we don't celebrate that.
A 40% reduction on a massive number is still a very big number, isn't it?
So China is working towards energy independence. They've been very honest about this. They said 20 years ago, 10 years ago, yes, climate change is real, serious, it's caused by us, and China is a big polluter. But we have hundreds of millions of people living in abject poverty. We need to bring them out of abject poverty before we can fully decarbonize. They've got their
See, the what they're trying to target is really...
cities built. They've got all their subways built. They've got all their airports built.
Right.
They've got all their highways built. They've got 177,000 kilometers of highway, second only to the United States.
Oh, damn.
But that demand curve is flattening out. And so their domestic demand for coal, for energy, for infrastructure is going to flatten and diminish.
How
And there's
come?
another important detail to take into account too. Total system capacity is not the same as real-world operational output.
China uses its coal plants the way the United States uses its gas plants. The United States is running its gas plants at about 49% capacity factor. So 49% of the total possible generation from their gas plants, how much they do. And China's stats for their coal plants are virtually identical.
Oh.
They use coal for peak demand. The United States, in its merit order, uses natural gas for its peak demand.
Okay.
And so if we think about them as peaker plants, and we think about the merit order for electricity, which is if there's renewables or low carbon stuff, let's use that first. And then at the end of it, oh, there's this other stuff, fossil fuels, let's use that last. That's the merit order. And China has one as well.
In fact, according to David Fishman, in this article from September 2023, all new coal-fired power plants in China now have to have the technical ability to reduce their power output to only 30% load during periods of low demand.
Oh?
That's not a profitable way to run any kind of power generation facility. State subsidies will be the only lifeline that keeps those plants running as a backup firm power source to fill the gaps in intermittency while the country continues to build out its wind, solar, hydropower and energy storage capacity. But that expansion is happening so rapidly that while some new coal power plants might survive a couple of decades or so, many will become stranded assets and their owners will exit the market at a loss. So although the charts look a little alarming right now, David Fishman's article concludes that If hydropower pulls its weight and renewables maintain their blistering growth, it's likely China's coal consumption will tick upward to peak in 2023, plateau in 2024, and begin its long decline thereafter.
Oh, okay. So that we're now just saying people. Okay, to be fair, people are just observing what they see immediately right now, but
In China,
we'll see in the future if
there's
it's
just been this
actually gonna decline, right? So we're just seeing its plateau in 2024 if it's actually really plateauing. Let's see it in 5 years then.
accelerating curve of wind, water, and solar in China, while nuclear has flat. Even China can't scale nuclear, but they're scaling wind and solar at a tremendous rate. And so now we're at the point where IEA is calling for China to build over the next few years 30% more wind and solar than the rest of the world combined. The three big things: electrify everything, build lots of renewables, build lots of transmission, mostly high voltage direct current, and build some storage. One of the things I looked at this year was statistics globally on pumped hydro, because it's finally getting the attention it's due. A gigaliter of water, that's a billion liters of water, at 500 meters difference is a gigawatt hour of storage.
Whoa.
And the ponds are a square kilometer apiece.
Wow.
The amount of land space used is minuscule compared to the energy storage. So what's China doing? Is it putting in lots of batteries? Yeah, of course it is. But it has 19 gigawatts of power capacity of pumped hydro in operation today. It has 68 gigawatts in construction today.
Oh, damn.
And in total, planned and in construction, it has 365 gigawatts of pumped hydro in its current plans. And it's expecting to have most of those launched before 2030 and many of them complete before 2030. That's probably 8 to 15 terawatt hours of energy storage. So this is where China's going.
Hours.
They're going to grid storage. They're going to broad transmission across their space. And let's remind people, Europe is about 10 million square kilometers. The United States is about 10 million square kilometers. China is about 10 million square kilometers. And so that means they can move sunshine from the west to the demand centers in the east quite nicely for the evening demand peaks. And they're going there very rapidly. They're increasing electrical demand insanely rapidly. They're increasing renewables incredibly rapidly. But in the meantime, they have this transitionary backstop of burning less and less and less coal every year.
According to a survey by the
okay.
European
Even though they still
Investment
use
Bank,
coal,
73% of the
it will eventually decline.
Chinese population regard climate change
Citizens who
as a major threat to society.
consider climate change a
That
major
means
threat.
Chinese
Okay.
leadership is
At
pushing
least 73% of Chinese people believe that climate change is a threat. That's indicative of good education right there.
open door when it comes to the incredibly
Damn, 47% only in Europe. The fuck?
disruptive changes required to rapidly
Damn.
accelerate their
Okay,
energy revolution.
that is ominous. That's really
Not every Chinese citizen enjoys the same freedoms, though, of course.
that's a lot of
Political
energy.
opposition
Yeah.
is aggressively subdued, and disturbing human rights abuses, particularly among the Uyghur community,
That's actually pretty hopeful. Good job, China. Yeah. That's actually really surprising, you know? It has kind of plateaued in the past 5 years, but better than the West. Yeah. So why are those people who are like, I think they need to update their information then. Why are people saying, "Oh, China is still using so much coal"? Maybe your data is like from 5 years ago? Maybe update your data? But you know, Orientalism trumps some people's brains. Like this is literally Orientalism brain rot. They refuse to believe anything China is doing is actually good. They're just like, China bad, China bad. Bad China. Bad China. China. Bad. Very, very bad.
in
I just
Xinjiang
did my
province
troll voice.
been
No,
wide-
that was my Urukai voice.
publicised over here in the West. These are all part of the frustrating contradictions that China often produces.
I would assert that the biggest advances in human rights in the past 40
Wait,
years
I missed that about the
has
Uyghur.
been China bringing storage. So this is where China is going. They're going to grid
Going back,
storage.
hold
They're
on.
going to broad trend evening demand peaks, and they're rapidly. But in the meantime, increasing renewables incredibly rapidly. But in the meantime, they have this transitionary backstop of burning less and less and less coal every year.
According to a survey by the European Investment Bank, 73% of the Chinese
China is using so much coal, so do it in-house without importing China's manufacturing, and do it without coal, of course. Right? They literally, their reasoning exists in a vacuum. They just cherry pick data and not even understanding why China is even doing that in the first place. Do all your manufacturing in the United States then. We'll see how much coal you're going to have to use. I suggest their info is from the times of Great Leap Forward. Yeah, they're stuck in they're stuck in the Great Leap Forward era. Bro did not just backfoot and repeat us propaganda. Yeah. Holy crap, has anyone looked into the power capacity China has? It has 4 times larger than all of Europe. Yeah, that is insane. What is this? White boys. China has made a transsexual that is 50 times more efficient. The maximalist electronic music they make is so advanced it will make Westerners hurl. What? What post is this? What is that? Oh, I want to watch this. The high-speed railway construction per county. Hold on, let me just open up another tab. Okay, let's watch that later. Thank you for linking that. The high-speed railway construction. But let's finish this one first.
population
We're almost close.
regard climate change as a major threat to society. That means Chinese leadership is pushing at an open door when it comes to the incredibly disruptive changes required to rapidly accelerate their energy revolution. Not every Chinese citizen enjoys the same freedoms, though, of course. Political opposition is aggressively subdued, and disturbing human rights abuses, particularly among the Uyghur community in Xinjiang province.
Okay, so they're actually raising this. So yeah, this channel's a little bit of a lib.
Have been widely publicised over here in the West. These are all part of the frustrating contradictions that China often produces.
I would assert that the biggest advances in human
But you can directly talk to the Uyghurs in China, though.
rights in the past 40 years has been China bringing 850 million people out of abject poverty into the lower middle class and middle class. China is already strategically positioning itself to be able to get credit to decarbonize its economy, electrify its economy, run everything on renewables, carbon price everything, so that when it's shipping to the second largest economy in the world, one of the biggest import economies in the world, they'll still be cost competitive.
So how should the West respond to the Chinese juggernaut? Do we ostracise and demonise them and put up impossible trade barriers that will inevitably be reciprocated and might cause more pain?
For the most part, their take is their take on the green energy efforts of China is at least fair.
Gain to Western economies? Or do we embrace China's technological revolution, allow some of their production to come to our own shores, to provide well-paid jobs for our own workers, and cooperate with them commercially and politically so that we can continue to apply pressure on issues that we find to be completely at odds with our Western philosophy of democratic freedom.
Wait a minute. The chat. No.
Well, you know what? I'm going to leave that one for you to have a think about. I'm quite sure there'll be extremely strong views either way
Sorry
on
about
this
that.
one. And as always, so the barriers that will inevitably rise over here in the West. These are all part of the frustrating contradictions that China often produces.
I would assert that the biggest advances in human rights in the past 40 years has been China bringing 850 million people out of abject poverty into the lower middle class and middle class. China is already strategically positioning itself to be able to get credit to decarbonize its economy, electrify its economy, run everything on renewables, carbon price everything, so that when it's shipping to the second largest economy in the world, one of the biggest import economies in the world, they'll still be cost competitive.
So how should the West respond to the Chinese juggernaut? Do we ostracize and demonize?
The genocide of natives is currently ongoing in America. But some will say things are fine, and I know one Trump supporter, not a monolith. Ain't no way the US will let China enter the market for the benefit of the American people. US imperialism must survive at all costs. Exactly. They don't give a fuck about the people. Like, do you really think your government, like the American government cares about you? I don't think so. Like, I think the Chinese government care more about the American citizens than your own government, you know? That might be a stretch, but you know. I have a feeling that they care more about human beings than the American government. As I said before, tons of coal dug in Siberia is sent to China and recently started pumping our Siberian gas too, as the tube was way was built and they called Power of Siberia. The Native American genocide is ramping up currently even. That's true. They are literally detaining the Navajo, a lot of Navajo people, right? Like, how do you detain the natives? What? Where are you gonna send them? They literally belong there. They were there for thousands of years. The fuck? Saving America is counter-revolutionary. I think, yeah, a lot of people would call for, the dissolution of the United States. He asked, do we, but who are we? The ruling class runs the show in the US and the West. If you buy into the rhetoric that what's good for the economy is good for the people, you're lost in the sauce, man. Yeah. Yeah. Let's not forget the USSR had to threaten to build a bridge for a small community in the US to force the US government to act on building one. Oh, damn. Yeah, that's true. China seems pretty good about global native issues. No, but there's another problem that a lot of people really cannot let go of. When you can easily debunk it by just going to Xinjiang. She is sucking Siberian oil for special magic operation. If you really want to know, they believe the natives belong to Mexico. What the fuck? You sing very well, Mana. I am not really. Thank you for saying that, but I am I'm all right. I'm okay. The argument is something like that. The reserves aren't US soil, and so the natives don't have natural citizenship and thus can be deported. It's a crock of shit, but that's their logic. That is so weird. Oh my god. But I mean, that's what also the Israelis are doing to the Palestinians anyway. Like any settler colonial state, My point is that settler colony, like the US and Canada, pointing out China's treatment of Muslims is pretty rich. But not really though. Not really as much though. Comparatively, not really. Just go to Xinjiang then. Just talk to Uyghurs on Red Note, yeah. I still can't, like, I still believe that USA is capable of revolution. Yeah, a lot of them call them, they identify as Chinese too. Like there are separatists, but the majority of them are they would identify as Chinese. Are you kidding? America was founded as a genocide and a slaver's empire. Yeah, let's not defend the United States. And also, let's not compare them. Let's not even compare them to what China, like what China is supposedly doing. It's not even on the same scale. What exactly are you wanting to save? America sus. A successful revolution definitionally would destroy the USA in its entirety. Yeah. Something named similar might emerge afterwards, but it would not be in the remotest be the same entity whatsoever. But you know, in Minecraft, right? The US doesn't need a revolution, it needs decolonization. Then you can start talking about revolution. I'm biased. I'm a genocide surviving native in California. No treaties, no casinos, no cousins. Damn, I'm sorry about that. You have every right to assert your ownership of the land, to be honest. In Russian, USA is... What is that? I can't read it really. We joke that one day we might mean that it might mean not United States of America, but socialistic state. Ah, SSA, Socialistic States of America. I hope one day. I wonder what China was built upon. Oh my God! Not this discussion again. China is ethnically diverse. What? Are you implying that China is just the same as the United States? Like exactly the same? Oh yeah, that question is relevant. The which China? But of course, you know, it's a 5,000-year-old country. They literally had kingdoms. The OG, you mean like... Yes, they are. They had dynasties. Yeah, US is not ethnically diverse, it's diverse in diaspora. That is true. A lot of which were forcibly brought into the United States because of the transatlantic slave trade. Well, it's not a contiguous polity. There has been splits and reformations. It's not unified as that long. And they reformed, that was my point. Okay, so what is your point then? Why even bring it up? Are you just trying to say that so that you can discredit the fact that the United States is built upon the backs of the natives and black people? Just to assert that China also does the same, though, also? Like, what is your point? Warring States, China, you want to cosplay? There will be no revolution at this point. It looks like the best that's gonna happen at this rate is a forced denazification and establishment of socialism, like this, what happened to Germany after World War II. The propaganda is too deep and the material conditions are too unfavorable, and we are running out of time. The USA should stop. Yes, sir, they can still change. All countries can. So, wait, what is your point again? What are you trying to talk about?
Them and put up impossible trade barriers that will inevitably be reciprocated and might cause more pain than gain to Western economies? Or do we embrace China's technological revolution, allow some of their production to come to our own shores, to provide well-paid jobs for our own workers, and cooperate with them commercially and politically so that we can continue to apply pressure on issues that we find to be completely at odds with our Western philosophy of democratic freedom? Well, you know what? I'm going to leave that one for you to have a think about.
Okay. I mean, yeah, like, have you seen the YouTube video Germany never denazified? Can we really like believe that Germany actually denazified? I don't think so. I don't think so. They literally support Israel. What do you mean? The OG China is a piece of history. My guy, settler colonialism isn't the same as warring with neighbors and taking them over. That is true. Why are we comparing settler colonizers with China? What the hell? Please learn about history also. No, you know? Anti-communist sentiments have long been very strong in the United States. That is true. Reform in the opium of the elites. Reform is the opium of the elites, yeah. Mon, are you the type hold a banana like a gun or a knife? I'm more of like a knife wielding. I like old school stabbing people with a banana type shit. I gotta go fishing. Bye, ammonium. Have a nice fishing trip. That is so nice that you can just go fishing whenever you like. People should refer to historical examples when they talk about collapse and dissolution of empires, but I'm yet to encounter a person who would argue which model is applicable here. Yeah. I know what you mean, but you also know what I mean. Western philosophy of democratic freedom. I love libs. Gladge. Crazy libcope about the denazification post. Yeah. Germany never denazified. Are we really serious here? Like, they never denazified. Just look around you. Look at Germany now. You can't even get a citizenship without having to like agree about that Israel question, you know? The USA is a genocide on paper, and slavery as a compromise is baked into the suspension of civil rights. America is sus in the analysis. Read about the Iroquois Confederacy and find out what they changed to make the Constitution. Talk to a German person about Palestine for like 5 minutes and it's clear enough. Yeah, it's clear that denazification failed. Exactly. Not all the Germans though. But the German establishment definitely did not denazify. We all have some German comrades, but like a lot of them are getting arrested, you know? Don't forget that Eastern Germany existed and many people living there still love USSR and miss their life during socialism. Yeah. Germany never denazified is far more literal. Their first administration literally had former Nazis in it. Yeah. Germany maintains the habit of initiating and supporting the first genocide of the century, right? They're always on the side of genocide. They're always on the side of genocide. That rhymed. Yeah. Oh man, they did that in the 20th century. They did that in the 21st century. So yeah, Yes, West Germany never denazified. East Germany did. And was undone when West Germany annexed East Germany. The Berlin Wall. Huh. The ongoing stages of native genocide are convenient for the West to ignore. Exactly. Like, how are people just so concerned about like what the Chinese are doing to like their native population when you in the United States you're not even doing anything to save your natives. Like, why are you so concerned about the Chinese when you're not even you couldn't be asked to care about the natives in your own country? If you know that Germany didn't denazify itself, then why are you saying that they did? Maybe we are just talking about East Germany, huh? There were no Nazis in East Germany government after the war. I meant the other one. He's saying there is a Red Emperor. What? Denazification didn't fail because they didn't even try. They just wanted to punish some of the top Nazis to save face. Mana, can you stop blinking in Morse code? What? Can you stop breathing, Zetter? Yeah. How about you do that first? Tell me when you are able to stop breathing, and then I will stop blinking. Yeah. Okay, so the emperor survived. Mao. The Red Emperor. It rhymes before it's true. Therefore, it's true. Problem in Germany is we have a terrible right shift of the former centrist parties. Because of the raised AFD. Especially the eastern parts are strongest supporters of the radical right parties. Well, tell you what, there's no such thing as centrist. Centrism is a delulu. Oh, let's go. Wait a minute. Adorn, thank you so much for subscribing for 6 months. Good morning, Mana and Imps. Good morning, Adorned. Yeah, people are having a spicy discussion about denazification in my chat right now. Well, we do agree in general that Germany didn't really, West Germany never... Denazification failed because they never tried denazification in the first place, so... Okay, let's try this one more video, and then we can, wrap it up. Hold on, I need a bathroom break, Imps. So, wrap up the denazification discussion in the chat. I'll be back. Maybe watch this video then.
And first thought, and the deprogram, consider signing up for Nebula at the link below. The sun. It's a big ball that can give you the power of being blind. In the immortal words of the Beatles, it's alright. Most people have heard of the sun. As the Earth's biggest and hottest ball, it's inspired countless works of art, religions, and apps. But you might be surprised to find out that it's also caught the eye of countless economists, businessmen, and politicians. Come with me. Graph time. Today we're talking about renewables, specifically solar energy. It comes from the sky, but it's not exactly rain. It's something else entirely, and until recently, it used to be expensive. For a long time, reducing the cost of renewables has been one of the main goals of the sustainability movement. And sure enough, here's the price of solar energy over the last 50 years. And now, here's that same information in context. Over the past half-century, solar has become cheaper, in most places around the world, than oil, gas, nuclear, and even coal. And that's actually a really recent and impressive development. Coal used to be the cheapest source of energy by a lot. Even just 13 years ago, wind and solar plants were 22 and 223% more expensive than coal, respectively. This used to be because 1. Renewables were an emerging, small-scale, and therefore costly technology to both develop and implement. And 2. It came with a high upfront investment cost that takes a long time to generate an appropriate return. Think building a whole new solar farm or a field of windmills from scratch. Banks considered them a high-risk investment at that time, and generally didn't want to put money into renewables, something that they frankly didn't even care to consider given the enormous amounts of subsidies going to fossil fuels and how profitable that makes them. In the face of this lack of investment, governments had to step in. Through a combination of continuous improvements in the technology's efficiency, subsidies,
Wait, who is doing genocide denial in the chat? Someone said we can have difference in opinions. I don't accept flat out genocide denial though. What are we doing? What are people doing? What if we use fascists as fuel? Maybe, yeah, we could have something, at least they could be useful for once in their lives. As somebody in the chat said, Bill Gates. Why is Bill Gates Billy Gates? Billy G. Gates. It's like 1930s all over again in Europe, yeah. Just throwing out ideas. Israel is trying to survive if it does. Israel, oh hell no, no, there is no Israel talk, goodbye. No, no. No, no, hell no. Wait, Brain, can you ban this person? Because I can't seem to ban him. You're banned. Oh yeah, banned. Okay, banned. Fuck you, fuck Israel. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. No, we don't tolerate that shit here. We just simply don't engage. Sorry about that. What the hell? How long has he been here on like chat? I missed that one. Fuck off. Nah, we don't do that. We don't do a jizzy apologist shit in my chat. Do not shit in my chat. We can argue a little bit about other things, but not that. I have no tolerance for that. I sometimes give people the benefit of the doubt, but if you come here with that, no. No, no, no. Well, American Elite created an exciting spectacle with two parties, so common people look on problems of system as failures of separate. Yeah, they see it as personal failings rather than a systemic failure. Opposition is too fragmented. It exists, but is disagreeing over details. Name is a German pun too, so I was right on the money. Right? Yeah. Yeah. We were right. Like whoever's arguing that you know, there was a denazification that happened. It did not happen. We just literally saw the results of the failures of the denazification. That never happened. That never took place in the first place, because what the fuck was that?
market interventions by governments, notably in Germany, and a massive production effort
Germany
in China
mentioned.
generating economies of scale. Solar's price per megawatt hour went down almost 90% just between 2009 and 2019, essentially doing in 10 years what NFTs managed to achieve in the 12 months of 2021. Government stepped in to stimulate investment, and now thanks to that work, solar is insanely cheap. And if you took an Econ 101 class, you know that cheap means good. Energy is energy, so the theory is that the less expensive one should attract more demand. That's what's in the eye-opening chapter of every econ book you'll read in college. And as far as climate change goes, that sounds like the problem should solve itself. So long as people do what people do and just follow the bargain, the cheaper and coincidentally more sustainable energy should take over.
We already I'm sure all of us are so exhausted with the fascist talking points all over this fucking goddamn website. So least I could do is, clean up my backyard and actually have, give voice to other leftists. Sometimes we disagree with some things, but like I think we all have like that unified understanding that we do not fuck with the fash. Okay, we do not give benefits of the doubt with the fash. We literally just ban them. Some people, some libs are confused. Sometimes if they just want to get educated, I'm okay. Like, okay, fine. You can sit there and chat. But as long as they do it within like, good faith argument and the willingness to actually change their minds when new information is presented towards them, But not here, like not like that. Hell the fuck no. I will literally I literally gatekeep my community for that purpose. I don't want to be friends with everybody. Like why is that other people's goals? Like you can't be friends with everyone. You can't be friends. Surely I can't be friends with a fucking Nazi or a Zionist, So they're just saying that solar and wind are cheap due to government subsidy. Thank you for keeping your backyard clean, Mana. The invisible hand of the market. Yo, let's go! Thank you, Zetter, for gifting a sub. And it was really that easy to do because in the past they had little capacity compared to other sources. As I previously stated, I've never disagreed with Mana and I don't think we ever will. Well, we do have some disagreements here and there, but I don't think it's like more of like implementation, but not principles, We could probably disagree with implementation, but not on principles. This place is an oasis in the desert. I'm glad that you guys find my chat, I'm glad, like, like if you're an actual leftist, Marxist, communist, or even, all whatever tendency you have in the left, like you find my streams. I don't know. All right. You like going to my streams, so you like discussing with the people in the chat, in my chat, you like discussing important things that are happening around us. So I'm really glad about that. I'm really happy that you guys feel safe in my chat. I always try to make my chat safe for you guys. The thing is, like, I'm not nice. But I will try to be kind. I want to treat people with kindness, but I'm not gonna just, take insults. Like how most, like Twitch streamers who are just starting to build their audience are. Like they just bend over backwards because, they're afraid of losing subs or they're afraid of losing followers or whatever. I literally do not give a fuck. My stream is for people who believe in a better like world, If you want like an alternative to this fucking fucked up, rotten system, then yeah, you're welcome to my chat. This is as long as you're respectful to me and to everyone. All good faith arguments welcome, but not fucking CIA talking points. And if you are being called out that it is like you're spouting CIA propaganda, then maybe you should try to self-reflect and not double down. Because if you double down, well, I'm just gonna ban you, you know?
And seemingly in line with that positive prediction, basically every major company, even in the fossil fuel industry, from BP, Shell, and Total, through massive investment firms like BlackRock and State Street, have made pledges to reduce carbon emissions and invest in renewables. Now that renewables are so cheap, it really feels like we're good to go. But we're probably not. And I know you think you know why, and you're wrong. You're expecting me to use the rest of this video to talk about the various problems with solar energy. The non-renewable rare earth minerals it requires, the horrible conditions of exploitation that are used to extract them, and the neo-colonial trade relationships that this generates. Or something like the pollution solar panel production generates and the difficulties in recycling them. Or maybe you're thinking of the problem of energy storage and day-to-day reliability we often hear about in the case against solar. But you're dumb. I'm gonna blow your tiny little pea brain to smithereens because I'm putting all these problems in our get back to it later box. This video is about something else. The thing is that even if we assumed solar energy could be a silver bullet solution to climate change, instead of looking at a more comprehensive approach, if we could set all problems in our get back, probably not. And I know the cheaper and coincidentally more sustainable energy should take over. And seemingly in line with that positive prediction, basically every major company, even in the fossil fuel industry, from BP, Shell, and Total, through massive investment firms like BlackRock and State Street, have made pledges to reduce carbon emissions and invest in renewables.
What the hell?
Now that renewables are so cheap, it really feels like we're good to go. But we're probably not. And I know you think you know why.
Oh, what the hell?
You're wrong. You're expecting me to use the rest of this video to talk about the various problems with solar energy. The non-renewable rare earth minerals it requires, the horrible conditions of exploitation that are used to extract them, and the neo-colonial trade relationships that this generates. Or something like the pollution solar panel production generates and the difficulties in recycling them. Or maybe you're thinking of the problem of energy storage and day-to-day reliability we often hear about in the case against solar. But you're dumb. I'm gonna blow your tiny little pea brain to smithereens because I'm putting all these problems in our get back to it later box. This video is about something else. The thing is that even if we assumed solar energy could be a silver bullet solution to climate change, instead of looking at a more comprehensive approach, if we could set all these problems aside, there's still something that's been plaguing the renewable energy transition this whole time that low prices don't fix and might actually even hurt. They may be cheap, but renewables just aren't profitable. In May 2019, the International Energy Agency found that for the first time since the 2000s, renewable energy deployments started stagnating. For 3 years, that same agency had already found that investment in renewables was on the decline. Less money going in, fewer projects going out, despite nearly a decade of prices going down and governmental measures specifically designed to spur action. Prices had quite simply never been lower, but investment and deployment weren't following through like the conventional economic story of cheaper product wins predicts. But this is still around the same time that the fossil fuel giants, like Shell, were announcing to the public their net zero goal for 2050, which they said would be coming from a massive upscaling in renewables.
Really?
But look beyond the flashy headlines, and these stats about declining investment and deployment start making more sense. Shell was actually a lot less committed to the renewable transition than they wanted to make it seem.
Bro. Okay, I mean, is anyone actually surprised though? Duh, it's Shell!
What looked like bold, definitive statements of sustainability in the press were actually tepid, conditional half-promises that didn't commit Shell to any sustainable
Well, we always publicly owned fascists in my chat, so at least we have something publicly owned at the moment, you know?
Action whatsoever, and highlighted what matters most when private enterprise looks to invest in renewables. Specifically, Shell put 3 conditions on its transition to renewables. 1, that the society, a term that is very much not defined, would follow through on the Paris agreements. 2, that this venture would be, quote, self-funded. And most importantly, 3, Shell will only invest substantially in renewables if and only if it delivers
Right?
the
Like, who the fuck are they kidding? They're literally one of the major polluters of the planet, and they're like, no, we're committed to renewable energy. Shut the fuck up, bitch. What is going on here, you know?
appropriate profits, which for Shell means an 8 to 12% return on investment.
Now, that is a business of the future,
No
a business
way,
that
dude.
doesn't really exist at this point in time. So that's why we want to move cautiously. And we will
Ben Van Burden. Burden. Well, how do you even pronounce this? Is anyone, what is this family name? Is this Dutch? Ben Van Burden. Burden.
only
Burden.
ramp up this business as we see these proof points
bro.
of an 8 to 12%
Dutch,
return
okay.
come through.
Yeah, it sounds very
That
Dutch.
last condition is the most important one you need to remember. The first two are other
Jean-Claude
ways for Shell to
Van
bail
Damme.
out. Clauses that basically
Burden
amount to
upon
little more
humanity.
than promising to jump if they get pushed out of the
Another first chatter with a really based first message. Burden upon humanity. Hello, Solace.
plane. But that last condition,
Ew, the Dutch. I meant it said Dutch right below his name. Oh, really? Okay.
profitability, is the
see
most
that.
crucial. Shell, and this goes for basically every other fossil
I
fuel
was so fixated on his name, Ben Van Burden.
company that's come out with a net zero promise, places its renewable transition on the condition of a high, in this case 8 to 12% return on investment.
Okay.
And the sad part is that that just won't happen. And they already know that. According to just about every estimate, no one can expect those kinds of returns on renewables. Quote, today then, solar and wind-based energy generation for the most part are not attractive investment propositions. The low cost and ready availability of renewables, as Butler observes, means few projects can make returns of more than 5 to 8%. Merchants cite similar figures for renewable project returns,
Oh,
which
it's
she says
Borden?
usually range from 6 to 8%.
Oh,
Others give even lower numbers,
How
4
do you
to
even
6%.
do the O with umlaut? Like, can you give me like a similar word or like phonics in English? Banana. Yes, hello, lesbian hot sauce. We're just talking about China, and earlier we were another genocide denial person was banned. But otherwise, it has been a wild chat today. People be chatting and arguing like always.
Shell, BP, Total, and all their little dinosaur juice friends can bask in
Like
the great
Don-
press of being the
Yes,
good
because I really understand how to read the umlaut on top of the O. Donner. So, Borden. Ben Van Borden. Borden. That made no sense. Please rephrase. If you think about content creators, they're all socialists. They only talk about change, but disclosure is a good thing. What? What are you talking about, man? Why are you here? How are you here in my chat? Like, what? Ah, like the first E in Irving. Yeah, but how is that being okay? The word China brings out the brightest libs and fash out of the woodwork. I know, right? Okay, I need to buy Wolf Nest. Wolf Shanter. Shanter? Ew. Is English not your first language, Mana? I'm what would you call, like, I was raised in a bilingual household, but mostly because both of my parents speak 2 languages. But it's not, I don't think it's I don't know if you could really say that it's my first language, but I've been speaking English since I was like young. Since I was like a child. So I don't know. Would you consider that a first language? Why are you here, So Banana? You're Italian, okay. Are you a fan of Mussolini?
Fossil fuel companies committed to
Yes,
righting
I'm
their
Aries.
wrongs and
Hello,
transitioning us
hello,
away
Aries.
from fossil fuels. But behind the
Learn English from TikTok. I mean, you know, you can learn English anywhere, so that's fine. Whatever. Whatever floats your boat to learn a second language. You don't know what you're talking about, read a book. Oh my god. Communist, they act socialist. It's okay. Italian man, like, cook a pasta for, I don't know, for the rest of your life. Goodbye. But you don't understand communism. Like, maybe sit this one out and like not be chatting in my chat. Yeah, cook pasta for the rest of your life, please. I don't give a fuck. I'm so tired of these people. Like, maybe don't follow me.
scenes, they know they'll never fulfill their arbitrary profit conditions.
Didn't we just talk about Bella Ciao the other day? And then we literally find like an Italian who's so fucking clueless. Like, you're a disgrace to your grandfathers.
And
But
therefore-
maybe his grandfather is part of, you know, Mussolini. I don't know.
Or they'll never need to keep their promise.
No,
they will not
wait.
invest in renewables.
Okay,
and
let's cut. Let's crush the spaghetti in half to offend the Italians.
they have an out. Because, by contrast, oil and gas are still massively profitable. At the same time, these net zero declarations
I don't know. Some Italian was like, "Fuck socialists," but then he doesn't understand what even socialism means. He just wants to say it because I guess he thinks it's cool. I don't know.
were being made, Total was opening up new fossil fuel projects in Uganda, Angola, and Brazil. Shell, too, had 21 new projects announced all over the world.
Cut them in half. I'll give the world the pass. Wait, are you a Stone Vein? Are you Italian? Now Mana have got an Italian mafia on her tail. I only take Italians seriously based on their football performance. If your grandpa didn't spit on Mussolini's body, don't interact. Exactly. Use ketchup instead of marinara. Mamma mia, cuca da spaghetti. I tried to vote in the communism like a gabagool. Oh yeah, okay. You're the based Italian then. We just had an L Italian in the chat. I don't know what their point is. Like, they just want to shit in my chat. Like, please sit this one out forever. I don't want you here. Please do not participate in my chat. I ask because I have not heard the name Irving pronounced like that, but helping English speakers pronounce sounds in other language is hard because English spelling is so irregular. It's easier to explain in a voice chat, or if you look it up on Google Translate, I guess. Ah, okay. All right, I get what you mean, Radis P. Okay, I'm not Italian, but that offended me.
And BP successfully added
pineapple
900,000
pizza
barrels of new oil and
to-
gas production
to-
a day
to spite
between
the
2016
Italian.
and 2021. Compare that to renewables.
I won't go that far, okay? I'm okay with, like, I don't know, if I don't have anything else to eat, I would eat it, but that's not my go-to pizza, you know? Sincere apologies from Greek consulate to the Italian delegation for the invention of pineapple pizza. No, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Like, I just don't like it as much as other pizza flavors, you know? Wait, Mana, have you seen Italian Elon Musk? No, only Elon Ma, the Chinese Elon Musk.
Between 2010 and mid-2018, BP only allocated 2.3% on low-carbon investment.
shit, really?
Shell 1.3%, Chevron 0.23%, and ExxonMobil
Alright,
0.22%. They are not spending their money on renewables.
Exactly.
Actually, that's
What the fuck?
not true. A big chunk of these tiny investments actually went towards solar farms and windmills, which were used exclusively to power new oil fields, so there's always that. And fossil fuel companies
Wait,
aren't
that
the
is
only
so ironic. Using solar panel to power oil fields. Okay.
ones playing this game. BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street are commonly
again,
referred to as
again,
the big
BlackRock again. BlackRock mentioned Elon Musk. Yes. I'm making chai for my parents. You want some? Yeah, give me some. I want chai. Damn, you also you know how to make chai? Damn. Pineapple with ham is a goated combo for pizza. What do you mean, chatter? Shaking my head. That's why Mussolini attacked Greece. China. Greeks are Giga Chad though. Greco-Latin what's that? Relations rather. Lower than after the Battle of Corinth. Only the partisans, Nazis fuck off. Yeah.
big three in asset
Nazis
management.
fuck off
Like
everywhere,
fossil
though.
giants, they've made the same commitments to be more sustainable. They've introduced ESG funds, and they said their requirements for these funds would become more robust in keeping with the
Hey
urgency
yo,
of
we have
global
a
warming.
Greek here. Let's go, Gory Greg Yep.
BlackRock CEO Larry Fink has even gone out and said that, quote, no
You know what? Despite all of the shit that's going on in the world, I'm glad that there are still some reasonable people in my chat, you know, like from all over the world. Like we're all like you guys are so diverse. You're coming from everywhere in the world. And we have a unified agreement, which is fuck capitalism. Somebody was saying that, you know, fuck socialism, fuck socialists, but then he didn't understand what socialism even means or whatever. Like he just wanted to say it, I don't know, for some reason. He just wants to be antagonistic. I'm Dutch Italian, born and grew up in Switzerland. Okay, let's go. Danneberg Danger. First messengers. First time chatters. Let's be real though, the chat is like 75% Russian. That is true. That is also true. But I'm glad that there are a lot of like people from all over the world. Like the Middle East, Europe, the global south, like in Latin America. Yeah, the imps are based.
issue ranks higher than climate change. Given that together these three companies
All I
have
know
north of
Griggs is
$20
from
trillion in
Stavros
assets,
Halkias.
control 20% of shares in the average S&P 500,
Halkias.
and have, quote, the highest CO2 emissions from holdings in fossil fuel companies, their actions could have a huge impact on hundreds of thousands of companies and the environment. They have the wealth and massive corporate ownership to push companies across multiple
99% of chat is from planet Earth, except you, Zitter. I think you're just an alien trying to pretend to live like a human being in Iraq. That's what communists are supposed to do, to unite internationally without supporting their ruling class. That's why when the global war starts, it is our duty to uprise against them and prevent our countries to engage in that war.
high-carbon industries towards sustainability.
Yeah.
So, what do?
You're from Uranus. I hear
Not
from
that.
Uranus.
A 2022 study of the actions of the big three asset management firms
I wish that, like, you know, if there are aliens outside, like, you know, like our first contact would be like communist aliens, like Star Trek aliens, you know.
found that, quote, The Big Three, much more often than not, oppose rather than support shareholder resolutions aimed at improving environmental governance. Notably, this is even the case with the Big Three's
How to pronounce Okay, I will Thanks, Redis P. I will bookmark this. I will look at it later though, because if I click out of the page, the screen is gonna disappear.
environmental, social, and governance funds. A more fine-grained analysis shows that the combined voting decisions of the Big Three are more likely to lead to the failure than to the success of environmental resolutions, and that whether they succeed—
Wait, Lucia, see, why are you mentioned suspicious user? But welcome to my chat. If you're a leftist of any kind, you know, as long as you're not a lib, you're welcome in my chat. As long as you're not a fash or a lib who is very antagonistic. I mean, sometimes I welcome libs if they're, you know, here to listen and discuss in good faith. But if they start spewing CIA propaganda, nah, goodbye. But why are you mentioned suspicious user? How many chats have you been banned in? It's like the Tau Empire in Warhammer. Aren't the Taus are like the closest to what you would to what communists would be, or am I mistaken? Because I think somebody mentioned the lore behind Warhammer to me before. Because you can clone money. I'm absolutely communist and Eastern European, thank you. Okay, all right, that's cool. Wait, why are you like mentioned monitored suspicious user? What who did you argue with? Wayne making it to the city type civ without communism, yeah. Don't expose my plans. Yeah, Zitter is like an alien that's trying to cosplay as a Middle Eastern person. I don't know, why did you choose Iraq, Zitter? In Soviet science fiction, it is a common theme actually, while in the USA, they thought that advanced aliens will visit us first. In the USSR, thought that we will be those advanced aliens visiting our brothers in sentience and bringing them communism. That's how optimistic in forwardness their ideas those people were. Yeah, the lost Soviets, man. Every time I get sad. Wow, every stream. Tau fish commies. Oh, okay, all right. So they're the commies in Warhammer. I was suspended in the U.S. Army channel. Maybe it is your case. What? Why were you suspended, Gayasito? Hello, Hashkush. Maybe because the account is recently made. Ah, okay. Oh yeah, that's true. Damn, why are you suspicious though? I mean, I'm not saying that you're suspicious, but why did they flag you as a suspicious user? I saw a vid on that from Revolutionary Thought Banger. Oh, I want to watch that. Wait, Platinum Chip, can you link that video to me? The Revolutionary Thought, because like I love that name. Also, I like that name. We should all be Revolutionary Thoughts, you know. I did not expect to discover you on Twitch while watching a JP video in a thumbnail just now. Incredibly based. Thank you, very drunk. Only fair warning, I am a communist, so you still have a chance to leave the chat. I heard opinion that Tau system is closer to old-time India caste system. What? In reality, most communist aliens in Warhammer are craft world Eldars. Because the first civilization was in Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq, and I was thrown into a freezer. Oh, wait, your lore is kind of eats, you know? Zitzer, okay, you kind of cook there. That lore eats, okay? Urban request time. Oh, thank you so much, Platinum. We'll watch this someday, okay? I'm gonna. Do you guys want to do this? Let's look at this. Star Trek. I am a revolutionary thought. Okay, that's good. Melosferum. My home planet banished me because I ate all their plutonium. So are you gonna eat all of our plutonium too? Damn. Unban request time. I am sus. Aqua XS got banned at Hassan's chat. Was a cringe liberal 4 years ago. Ah, okay. Yeah, Tau can never leave the caste they're born in, which, you know, is quite opposite of revolutionary. Wait, that kind of sucks too, though. If there's no social mobility, if you're stuck in a caste, then yeah, that's I don't know, that sounds fashy. Is he Sumerian? Yeah, Zetter's ancestors are probably Sumerian. I love this movie. Okay, all right, let's do that in the future, but like right now, let's finish this one. We're
Succeed or
halfway
fail, these resolutions tend to be narrow in scope and piecemeal in nature. To summarize this whole chapter, fossil fuel companies and massive firms that control entire chunks of the economy do not care about sustainability, as much as they may send out
Oh, let's go! You like JT? Hell yeah.
press releases or get quoted in major news outlets for saying they think the Earth is good. They are guided by one thing only: profit. It's not just greenwashing. It's not just like bad CEOs who need to be swapped out with nice CEOs. It's what the greater economic system demands. Under capitalism, production is always initiated on the basis of prospective profit. Unlike what liberal economists might tell you,
You skipped this one, so I want to dub it. Taos are close to communism only partially, and yes, they are the best faction to live in that grim, dark universe, but hey. But they have castes. Okay. Yeah, I mean, well, you can't have everything, right? But I guess they're the better ones, right? Compared to their contemporaries. If you eat 1,000 bananas in the same, you die of radiation poison. At the same time, you die of radiation poisoning. Really? But you can't physically eat 10,000 bananas without your body like rupturing, without your stomach rupturing, right? Actually, it's 40K in the span of 10 minutes. Okay.
it's profit, not price, that matters to our economy. Without profit, things don't happen. So while cheap solar is cool, it doesn't automatically come with the promise of change. Cheaper prices are good for consumers, but a good is only worth producing if the margins are also good for the seller. And in the world of renewables, the International Renewable Agency found in 2018 that, quote, the margins are increasingly narrow. There's just no money to be made in renewables, and that's enough for investment and deployment to stall. More than any of the other qualms we might have with solar, it turns out this completely arbitrary limitation, the ability for a few to enrich themselves in the transition process, may actually be the biggest roadblock to a more sustainable energy production system. It's not enough that we need to release fewer greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. It's not enough that it's now cheaper and easier than ever to do so. It will not happen unless someone finds a way to make money off it. And that's just sad. And do you want to know how I know this transition won't happen just because of cheap solar prices? Beyond all the evidence I just cited of what companies are doing right now, the reason the transition to renewables isn't happening is because of one incredibly simple word: exploitation.
Okay, folks,
It came out!
we're going on a detour. I'm about to summarize
I am so surprised. Oh my god.
this book way too quickly. To understand
Fossil
our
capital.
predicament with transitioning from fossil fuels to renewables, we can look at how we transitioned power sources during the Industrial Revolution. Back then, we went from water power to steam power, meaning we started using fossil fuel combustion to power stuff. While flowing water and fossil fuels each had their own advantages, the main one for fossil fuel power was that you can use it to make a box of fire, and it'll make a train move. But that's about it. In the competition of who was going to power factories, water and coal were equivalent options. Except that water was cheaper. Unlike coal, water takes very little human labor to extract energy from. And given that it could produce as much power as steam, that waterfalls were abundant, and that it was cheaper, if we are to trust liberal economists, history should be that steam, and therefore fossil fuels, would only have limited applications in things like transportation. But overall,
This vid is correct. Even at zero anthropogenic emissions, by this point, the Siberian permafrost and Amazon rainforest collapse will continue producing more CO2 at this point. Yeah.
water should have dominated industrial production.
Not exploitation!
But that's not what happened, because right after I finished saying
Imagine my shock.
that sentence, cities all over Britain started filling up with black smoke. My bad. That's because the thing that differentiated steam and water was that steam was better for exploiting humans.
I'm American. I like some things about capitalism, but this is by far the biggest reason that I hate capitalism. Wait, what are some of the things that you like about capitalism? I want to know. People won't do the right thing unless it makes them money, and will do the wrong thing if it makes them money. Yeah, but so why do you like some things about it? What do you like? What do you think is like the benefit of having capitalism? Cheap solar panels, what should we do? Oh, just place tariffs on them to protect the shareholders, of course. Yeah, exactly.
And therefore, although water was a cheaper source of energy, it was a less profitable one. One, flowing water sources are pretty often out in the countryside. If you want to use them, you often need to bring people to the water. And if those people you moved closer to the water strike, it's hard to find scabs to replace them out in the boonies. Fossil fuels, however, can be brought into the cities, where a massive population of recently impoverished people are already there, and they're desperate for work now.
That's kind of the point. The paperclip maximizer is neither good nor evil. You merely happen to be made out of exploitable resources to make reference to a certain AI thought experiment. Remember, markets, trades, and invention don't equal capital. Yeah, exactly. Market economy does not, like, it's not, like, inherent to capitalism. Nuclear power, it is good. There's a lot of research about it. If we have, if under, like, good maintenance, and not under a capitalist system where, you know, the powers that be, or the owners the owners of the nuclear plant would cut costs, you know, for profit, then yeah, that's a disaster waiting to happen. But in generally nuclear power, nuclear energy is good. It's a lot better than fossil fuels. By a lot. By a huge margin. I was gonna say, I mean, SAR Saucy Bottom, I think we talked about it earlier in the stream, nuclear energy. I was gonna say the same, and before they say innovation and diversity. Exactly, good. Like, if innovation and diversity was inherent in capitalism, what about Soviet Union though? They literally went to space. They literally invented so many things. They were the first people in space. The communists, literally. So if innovation is only happens within capitalism, what about what happened in feudalism though? Is Leonardo da Vinci a joke to you? Because literally he was born before capitalism even got invented. Tech is just boiling water. If you get the correct people to do nuclear economy, that's about it. Yeah. Russian third generation nuclear plants, just amazing. That was exactly one of the biggest energy source for Krasnoyarsk back in the day, staying on one of the biggest rivers in the world and getting one of the mightiest hydroelectric dam till this day in the beginning of the 70s. How did I miss a nuclear power talk? What the fuck? No, it's okay. I love nuclear power talk. I eat nuclear power. Okay, all right. The fresh onion. I just cut some fresh onions today too. So, hello, welcome to the chat. Even in case of catastrophic event, the use of thorium leaves minimal damage. I catastrophes like Chernobyl literally can't happen in modern power plants. I'm not gonna trust any capitalist country with nuclear power though. Yeah. Parts of tech we use in mobile phones were Soviet tech. Yeah. They were the first dogs to space too. Yeah, but they fucking killed Laika. That's like the only L for me is that they killed the dogs. The communists beat the US in every space metric except first person on the moon. Yeah, but like whatever. That's the moon. Who cares? So that's all. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So that's all you talk about because, you know, we're the first ones on the moon. But literally the first people on space were Soviets, the communists, literally. More recently, the Chinese. Yeah, absolutely don't. Yeah. I actually tried using DeepSeek, and it's a lot better than ChatGPT. Because it will give you sources from the internet. Like, where did you get this information? And it will link you to an article. I don't know, like automatically. But maybe it depends on the prompt, but like, I don't know. I'm a lot happier using DeepSeek for like information gathering. Went to space after devastating losses in World War II before Americans who profited from the war got many German rocket engineers. Yeah, German. You mean you want to specify which Germans? Like bread, it's one of the most amazing technologies of our time. Nobody invented it for a profit motive. Exactly. I like capitalism when there actually is a competitive market that exists. Like we mentioned, markets is not confined in capitalism since competition does breed. No, that's not true. You're still sipping the Kool-Aid of capitalist realism. But late stage, no, there's no such thing as late stage capitalism. It's always been late stage. What do you mean? Actually does the opposite. No. That's liberal talk right there. Why innovate when you're already won? I generally don't like capitalism in practice. Nah. So what you're saying is that these things are like ideals. But they're not what's happening. It's not what's happening in reality. So why are you still like holding on to these values, to these beliefs when this is not what's happening around you? You know, you only have to look. If you're American, you only have to look around you. That's just the natural progression of capitalism. So why would you want to even try capitalism in the first place when the end stage is there is a late stage? By your own logic, why even fuck with it? The actual meltdowns happen because of the outdated facilities, yeah. And mind, the Soviet Union was basically mostly a feudal peasant state, not even 50 years before they went. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, it's almost like as if when you invent things thinking about, you know, human beings rather than profit, you would actually advance humanity, right? Right? When you're actually inventing things that would benefit human beings and not just for profiteering sake. Counterpoints said competition is responsible for parallel inventions of the same exact shit. It's inefficient as hell and wastes resources. Mono like Soviet onions. There is a market socialism. But the range of the catastrophe was because they used uranium. Ah. Damn, I was on point with them bringing up innovation. Yeah, right? Sneaky Turtle! You got here in before innovation and competition. Capitalism isn't a political form. When Adam Smith wrote The Wealth of Nations, the political form was monarchy. This went on to become social democracy. USA is a social democracy now and is shifting to fascism. Which means that social democracy is not like what anyone should aim for, because it would still degrade towards fascism. First satellite, first person, first lander on Mars. First on Venus, US literally only got the moon. Futakachi, I see your tags and I knew I had to follow. Thank you! Fresh onion. And ChatGPT is just glorified autocorrect. Yeah. Meanwhile, ChatGPT will literally make up links to non-existent articles. Hi, June! Say hello to my mod, June, and my manager. I think the moon talk kind of doesn't work too much because while it's impressive to get to the moon, there wasn't any capitalizing on it. Like, we can't go back or utilize any of the resources there. I legit think it would have been better to build actual infrastructures in space. Yeah, well... Terraform moon. Terraforming the moon. Colonizing the moon. Again, colonizers. Bye, have a good day. Bye, Adorned. Thank you so much for dropping by. You know, those Germans. Oh, Werner von Braun. For example. Yeah, exactly. Those types of Germans. Late stage capitalism. Capitalist innovation is robbing small creators of their money like Honey did. Oh yeah, true. The Honey stuff, I never really bit into that shit. Because it was really sus. Let's not be too aggressive. This could be a chance to win them to our side, assuming they're talking in good faith. But you see, that's not real capitalism. If there was real capitalism, it would be oh so great. But yeah, like I said, you know, like... it's not inherent in capitalism. Invention, as long as like human beings are alive, you know, as long as humanity is present, there will always be innovation. Innovation will always exist regardless of the economic base, you know? Yeah, why would you not want to give your grandkids the late stage capitalism instead of wanting to overthrow the system so that nobody would have to endure the late stage? Yeah, exactly. Why would you even try it? Social democracy is objectively the moderate wing of fascism. Joey Steele. Terraforming, that might take a while. Moon is too small to terraform. It will be difficult to Mars as it is. I am quite optimistic for my favorite planet though. Okay. You literally want to be a Martian. Skip terraforming, just disassemble planets, turn into O'Neill cylinders. Well, lots of tech was developed in the space race. For USA, it turned profitable products. For USSR, it went to the people. Exactly, right? It is easier to terraform Earth to black burning rock. Yeah, funny thing. People like figuring shit out. Let's rename Mars into Marx. Planet Marx. You are a Marxian. Then you become a Marxist. No, you're a Marxian.
Now that the enclosures have cut them off community-managed farms. Abundant city workers are more exploitable than scarce countryside workers. 2, water has its own rhythm. Sometimes it doesn't flow, and therefore people don't work. In the city, though, as long as you keep shoveling coal, you can work through the night, every day of the week, for as long as you can get people to stay in the factory. The only limit on exploitation is the amount of people and the amount of coal, and there was plenty of both.
Elon was gonna go to Mars in 2018. Yeah, right.
Lastly, water's hard to collect and privatize. A coal mine, or an oil well, is fundamentally just a hole in the ground surrounded by guns. It's easy to claim as your own, and to enforce that claim with violence in a way that is much harder with a naturally occurring water source that can run for miles. And if you're thinking about building a reservoir, well, that gets a little too community project-y for privatization. Altogether, this meant that even though water was cheaper, it was less profitable as a source.
But really, if capitalism did work, why haven't all capitalist third world countries pulled themselves up? We can always look at the richest countries to confirm this bias while we ignore the poor. Yeah, exactly. When they want to compare, like, let's say, Cuba and DPRK, like, oh, people there are, like, so poor and shit. Like, no shit, because they're suffering from a shit ton of economic sanctions. But look at Haiti, though. What the fuck? Look at all the third world countries in the global south that are under capitalism. They're no Europe, but their economic system is still the same as Europe.
Of energy.
Yeah, I do listen to the D program. I also watch a shit ton of Hakeem and Ugopnik and JT. Yeah. I listen to D program a lot, like whenever I work out. Because Soviets were dreaming of the red planet too. There is even a happy back then and melancholic now song the main point of which is that one day there will be blooming apple trees on Mars. Damn, okay. And ironically, the answer is pretty racist one. Yeah, it is. The hard part is having enough volatiles for a proper atmosphere and adding them quickly enough to be a reasonable speed without causing cataclysm from the energy added to the system. I've been listening to the yeah, me too. Cause I used to be one of Hakim's patrons, like way back. So I was one of his patrons for like 2 years or something.
Fossil fuels, coal specifically, was fantastic for the burgeoning capitalist class, not because they were cheaper, but because
there was an idea to bomb the poles with atomic bombs to stimulate the formation of the magnetic field of Mars. What the hell? Seriously, even though Venera is the most toxic planet, it would be the easiest to terraform due to the size of end elements. And that's when the capitalists revert to racism, not as smart, not tight skin color, etc. Not as smart, yeah. Not light skin color. I think it's fucked up that Haiti still has to pay money. I know. The colonial tax and shit. Not only Haiti though. The Burkina Faso is also every French colony, they still have to pay like colonial tax or some shit. What the hell? It will always need an in-group and an out-group to maintain the status quo indeed. Yeah, believe it or not, I often listen to the D-Program podcast. Yeah, let's go. During work, I work out. During my workouts. I can't listen to anything at work. Like I don't even look at my phone when I'm working. We're literally not allowed to use our phones at work. I live in Japan, so yeah. We'll always need, yeah. Cuba, what stoic people there, not breaking under USA oppression and their close intimidating presence for more than 60 years now is worth a lot. Yeah, exactly. And also they're exporting doctors everywhere. Like they literally send doctors a lot, like everywhere around the world. And also they accept like they do scholarship programs in medicine. Like there's like this one documentary, short documentary I watched about a Palestinian a Palestinian med student in Cuba. And he studies medicine in Cuba for free. So yeah. How come that there's so many doctors in Cuba? You know? Because they actually care about their people and their people's education. There's also a ship design that shoots out nukes like a machine gun for propulsion. I think I'm still in the Hakim Discord. I don't know how to active it is right now though. Also appreciate their contributions to global humanitarian medical efforts. Yeah, exactly. In Russia, we also joke that Cuba is acronym of communism near American coast. No, okay. That's cool. That's the thing. Haiti isn't a French colony. They're paying money to France for the losses France took from Haiti's revolution and overthrowing a French rule. But they're doing the same to the Burkina Faso. I'm not sure if they're doing the same to New Caledonia though. Jim Gaines, so I can hold up the other half of the sky. Exactly. Cuba has a lung cancer vaccine and also apparently breast cancer too. In 2000, which was US just banned from... Yeah, they don't want that. Cuba is the best country in the world. Not according to the Gusanos in Florida, Cyber. When the big earthquake happened on my parents' country of Pakistan, Cuba sent a bunch of doctors in aid and do it around. They do that. They do that a lot. Cuba also invented their own COVID vaccine, no? And sent it to help Vietnam. Yeah, they're fucking awesome.
Because they were an excellent source of surplus value. Okay,
yo, let's
detour
go.
over.
Thank you so much, Lucia, for the gifted
I told you
sub.
we'd come back to this. The reason I took that massive detour is not only that it reiterates this video's main point, which is that under capitalism, profit matters, not price, but it's actually also giving us a bit of insight into what's happening with renewables right now. In this video, you've heard me say over and over again that renewables aren't profitable,
Cuba is super cool.
and that's not exactly true. Providing renewable energy isn't profitable. Since governments have slowly...
Love that the only part of Cuba the US has is a torture. Yeah, Guantanamo. Man, don't even remind me. Yay, Solarius, thank you so much for subscribing.
stopped guaranteeing high prices to renewable energy providers, something you won't be surprised to find out that the fossil fuel industry lobbies for. The efficiency race, which is good for all of us, has been bad for those trying to extract a profit. They used to be able to generate electricity for cheap and sell it for expensive. And now they can't do that anymore, which has driven them out of the energy providing game. Basically, the strategy of creating a competitive capitalist market that countries like Germany undertook worked too well, to the point that the margins don't justify the investment anymore. Capitalism always requires monopoly and strategic inefficiency to extract profit,
of course,
to the detriment of the rest of us.
Of course.
Competition is often the enemy, and right now, that makes solar energy provision a bad venture. This isn't helped by the fact that, like water power, solar energy is harder to gatekeep than fossil fuel energy. You need relatively few guns to protect a small oil well that generates barrels of electricity, compared to a big solar farm that can do the same but needs a lot more guns. So where's the money going?
Yo, let's go, Zetzer. Thank you so much for this, the 2 gifted subs. Yay,
divesting from
hype
fossil
train!
fuels, there is investment in renewables, even if it is stagnating, and ESG funds
And
seem...
also, I achieved my goal of 330 subs. Let's go! Goal achieved! Whoop, whoop, whoop!
to do well. So where is that?
Oh, Mono
the truth
here,
is
thank you so
that
much.
money goes to the parts of the process where exploitation is still rampant and guaranteed. Basically, manufacturing solar technology and extracting rare earth minerals from the ground in countries in the periphery. In other words, the parts of the solar business that are still incredibly ugly to look at because they are either rife with violence or places where pollution isn't a cost companies need to worry about. That's where privatization is easy, where labor is cheap, and where the margins are therefore still high. Where exploitation is still possible. That's where the money goes. And before this seems like another path to the same solution, a less carbon-intensive economy, nothing about this ugliness is intrinsic to solar. Mining these resources doesn't need to be violent like it is, or nearly
Yo, let's go, Hashkush. Thank you so much for the 200 bits. And the platinum chip, 300. Yo, let's go. I'm 50% towards my goal. The bits goal. Let's go. Whoop whoop.
As polluting, or need to happen on such a large scale. If we simply allocate energy effectively and break the requirement of constant, unending economic growth, we'll need way less of this stuff. If workers weren't so disempowered, they wouldn't have to accept these awful conditions that produce such great profit margins. If democratic bodies could enforce environmental stewardship norms, the quick and dirty pollution of the mining process could be kept under control.
Yeah.
It is only when growth and exploitation, and therefore profit, is a requirement for sustainable action that this ugliness sticks around. And it is only because it is there and hasn't been purged by collective social action that capitalists make a profit. Bottom line, solar and renewable energy generally will probably need to be a part of how we limit the worst of climate change. But so long as moving in this direction requires us to find profit in the process, it will continue to come with massive drawbacks.
Exactly.
It will place the burden of remaining within our planetary boundaries on the most exploited people in the world, and will not come soon enough to save us all. Only the most fortunate.
Yeah.
That is unacceptable.
And the thing is, like, okay, so if these people are gonna survive the apocalypse in their fucking, I don't know, millionaire bunkers, who's gonna work for them when everybody's dead? Like, what are these motherfuckers thinking? How are they gonna spend their billions of money when there's nobody else who's gonna work for them anymore? Like, yeah.
There is no capitalist path to climate justice.
I'm just wondering what kind of, like, mindset would put you into, like, hoarding all the wealth in the world, you know, building bunkers when natural disasters happen, and then that would wipe out humanity, and then what? You're the only ones left, bitch. What are you gonna do? It is doubtful, like everything related to space. However, without a magnetic field, attempts at terraforming will simply... People are still talking about terraforming Mars. Okay, let's stick to the topic, okay? If I think even Cuba is under harsh sanction, is one of the best in innovation, and for workers to live in so-called Latin America, not mentioning Caribbean. The apocalypse is forever. Yeah, they're not thinking. They probably expect to be long dead before that problem that becomes a problem. But what are their bunkers for? The billionaires are planning to spend it on bunkers, but their money won't work anymore because there's gonna be no economy. Because there's nobody left. Their money is useless. What is the use value of fucking a shit ton of money when you don't have anything left? They're too stupid to... Capitalism is about you die today and I die tomorrow. Yeah. The moment they forget to pay their guards once, they'll end up dead in their bunks. Yeah, true. Legit, they're too dumb to understand they're nothing without the people there. Exactly. They're too dumb to realize that they're only there. They're only up there because of the people that they're exploiting. And without the people that they're exploiting, they're gonna suffer. And their money would be useless. This is why money is fake. Then you'll try to get nerds creds by years long than the rest of us. Yeah. Let's go choo-choo, motherfucker. I've seen some billionaires also planning to have a super yacht that travels the global warming drowned world. Hell nah. Who's gonna steer their yachts? Who's gonna refuel their yachts? Their bunkers will be self-sufficient for a while at least. Like, yeah, for a year? Then what? Those pieces of paper are gonna be useless. Yeah, a dollar bill won't feed your hungry ass in a nuclear wasteland. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Their guards will turn on them eventually. And hear that Zuck has shock. Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, I think we talked about that on stream. The shock. I don't know much about the shock collars though, but like, he definitely is building a bunker in fucking Hawaii, right? And he's like hoarding lands in Hawaii. Thinking about it now, back what I said on innovation. The only thing that they innovate on is ways to screw other people over and make more money for themselves. Monopolies, wage cuts, anything for profit. Like the other chatter said, you die today. Yeah, exactly, Pipsqueak. And also what JT said. Like they're not going to make any efforts in renewable energy if there's no like ways to make profit off of it. If there's no way to make a profit off of it, it's not worth, venturing into for them. And even when like they go into it, like the profit motive of this is going to slow down everything. And we don't have that much time. I'm glad that you thought about it again and you reflected on it. So thank you for doing that, Pipsqueak. I appreciate your self-reflection. I really appreciate that. I really, really do, because some people just come in and be like, "No." And then, get banned. But I'm glad that you're thinking about, the current conditions and what capitalism has actually done for humanity. Nothing but pain. Nothing but pain and destruction, okay? And as Comrade Lenin said, that imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism. So the natural progression of capitalism is to exploit through imperialism. None of the aspects of Elon was lost, but there's still something we agree on. Unlike idiot billionaires, he plans to escape to Mars and start over. Yeah, but he doesn't have that technology though. I think they'll spend a lot on bunkers, and then some guys with an acetylene torch will rain on that parade. Yeah, replace human labor under the 4 trillion to AI. Right? We're such a reform. Yeah, it's the first time I've seen an actually reform chatter. So that's a good thing that we're not so harsh. Like we were a little. I apologize for being a little bit too blunt, but yeah, sometimes, baptism through fire. Because I went through that as well. I had to face the hard reality that like this. Baptism through fire. On Mana Chat. Ew, I think he owns an aquifer in Hawaii. Ew, God, that fucking guy, that wax figure looking ass motherfucker. I mean, at least his wax figure looks more human than him. I vote to send Musk to Mars right now. We should send all the billionaires to Mars, since they like having wet dreams about Mars. There's no to capitalism. All that it's created is pain, division, disparity, and conflict. Exactly, Aya. Shaking my head, thinking too much will make you commie. Reject thinking, embrace economy 101. Send all the billionaires to space without spacesuits, and then they're just gonna what? Disintegrate. They're gonna implode. I can recommend looking into the working conditions of people in Victorian England. No regulations, no restrictions, as free market as you can have. That's true. That is true. That's a good example of a free market. Black Lung is a really good example of the free market. It's okay, this chat's nice. I had to think on everything capitalism brought to my life, and it wasn't opportunity but different types of imprisonment. Okay, now you're seeing it now to your point of view, right? That's good. That's a good start. That is a really good start. I am glad that you're seeing it without rose-colored glasses. I hope you're having a good one. Thank you, Buffort. Explain. Let's see how hospitable Mars really is. Yeah, right? The children yearn for the mines and the black lung. Am I right? They can have spacesuits but no fuel for their return trip, and they're just gonna cannibalize each other in in their spaceships. Victorian England, yes, the age that produced Jack the Ripper. 1 billion tax cut away from affording eggs. Yeah, we're gonna afford eggs soon. The price of eggs already raised. Yo, we live in a fucking dystopia, don't we? We're just in denial at the moment. JT has been doing better, I think, but still always seems very lived up. How was this video? This video is good though, actually. I think he has like a happy medium type of takes. I love my most favorite among the deprogram boys is Hakim, actually. JT's videos are good for like presenting stuff towards liberals, you know? He's not I don't think he's a little bit, you know, compared to say Hakim, right? His videos are not as spicy, but they're definitely like good takes too though. But I don't think he's a lib. They promised me a free market but forbade me from selling weed to children. I know a lot of people watch him, so always glad to see when he's learning. Yeah. JT was libbed up when he started. Yeah, when he started that, he was a lib. But then when he started, you know, making videos about socialism, he definitely evolved. Like I used to be a lib too. You know, like let's not do that. Like, we all know that we were all libs at one point, right? Because we live like our superstructure literally raised us to uphold capitalistic values, right? So let's just be, you know, have a little bit of grace, especially towards people who are coming in good faith, you know. But the fascists, of course, they can fuck off. They can fuck right the fuck off. And the jizzy apologists, they straight to hell, straight to fucking hell. JT videos explaining socialism is Justin Timberlake. JT. No, this JT, this guy. This is JT. He also has a curly hair like Justin Timberlake, but he's better than Justin. He's a better human being overall. He's mostly like just misses the point a lot when it comes to pointing out colonization stuff. I think his newer stuff are really good though. He used to be, but these days he's a good communist. His videos are a good introductory. And also like I think the FBI stalked him too. Don't give children weed, give them gummies. This may be off topic, but what do you think of the game Signalis? I don't play games a lot though. What is that? Non-socialist, not mom socialists. He thought too hard and became commies. Could you? I would suggest you to watch Great Russian Communist YouTuber, but I'm not sure if he has. Yeah, I mean, I would want to have like English subtitles though, cause the inbuilt translator is not good. When he met Hakim and Yugo, he really started his commie arc. Yeah. I was lib. We're all shaped by neoliberal society we exist in. Exactly. See, the first chatters. Let's go. He's getting better for sure. Glad to see it. Yeah, yeah. It is good. It's good. Like, it's all good. Like, we're all leaning to the left, you know? It was a joke to me. He looks exactly like young Justin Timberlake. I used to dismiss Hakim as violent tanky for the longest time. Then I got disillusioned by social democracy. You can't just beat the system by its own. Exactly. You cannot just like, you know, reform. Reform is an illusion. Reform is the opium of the libs. Yeah. Like, Kim has a video about tankies too. It's so funny. FBI has more pages on the likes of JT and Hassan, and they have on actual terrorists. Exactly. Signalis is a spooky puzzle game. Ooh, horror game. Signalis is like a lesbian robots that's like Resident Evil with East German aesthetics. Oh, okay. That the way you described it is actually kind of makes me want to play it. Remember when Hassan did what is that FOIA request? Freedom of Information Act request. Oh, he did. I love seeing more and more leftist voices getting shine. Let's go. Thank you. And yeah, like I that's why I stand firm. I lost a lot of fan base of my fan base when I first came out as a communist, but I don't want to be in a community, or I don't want to have to speak to people that are, fascist. Like, I don't want that in my fucking community. Holy fuck. So I did a lot of purging. A lot of purging happened. So many beautiful purgings. After 100th purging, it is now my chat. The chat that it is now. And I'm so proud of this chat. Because y'all are smart. Smart chat. My little socialist my little commies in the chat. MLK Jr. had some keen words about those. Yes, exactly. Fear the white liberal, exactly. A declassified report he had was enough to compete with the Mahabharata, and then he said he learned there was more classified shit. Oh my god. What? I cannot tell if it's anti-communist. So comrades, can you confirm if or deny Signalis is or is an anti-communist? Ooh, oh my god! I'm not the best 69. Thank you so much for the 400 cheered bits. Yo, let's go! Thank you. First message too. Thank you so much. There is thanks to him allowing people to post clips and VODs freely. That is true. I think that's one of the best things about Hassan. Like, one of the good things that he does is that he just allows his clippers to just make money off of his content. That is good. That is really good. Objectively good. I cannot tell if it's... Yeah, okay. Another description for the plot of Signalis is Madoka Magica, except robots instead of magical girls. Oh, okay. Totally understand that, but to me, I'm thinking, why wouldn't you utilize your platform to make that fundamental point of settler colonialism instead of saying it's too advanced for your entry-level commies? But I mean, I would argue that people have their own kind of like target audience, and like he's one of the gateways. He's one of the entry points. He was one of my entry points. Like Hassan is a gateway for a lot of people, They can do that if they are serious about like being a communist, then they should do their own diligence and read. How about they also do their own other shit, But he could. But then again, he would pull, like, I think his job, like his purpose is to pull in as many libs to look into the right, and not the right, the left, not the right, further left. And I think that what he does is good, objectively. He could do that, and he might do that in the future, but as of now, like, also, like, baby leftists also need to do their due diligence in reading theory. I guess I would say that is also an important thing to do, and not just rely on content creators to do this shit for them, because you can't just have other people do the thinking for you. At some point you have to learn theory by yourself, and with the help of your comrades, but not, you're still like have that responsibility. Smart, I failed high school 3 times and dropped out. That's not like, our orthodox education is not a metric for like intelligence. Duh. Zit, and remember, you're an alien. You don't fit in. You don't fit in the anything anyway. So why did you even go to school? You're an alien. Did you just want to go to school to like have like a high school experience? And just and was like, nah, this kind of sucks. I'm out. I think not about how many you lost because you're a commie. Think about how much you have achieved. I didn't know anything about you until communists in VK started making art of you, and then I checked your stream for the first time. Oh yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, I'm really thankful for the VK community. Yes, as a gatekeeper, I think he has a responsibility to grill that into people. No, he's not a gatekeeper, but a gateway. A gateway. Hassan is the GOAT. I mean, in that aspect, yeah, he is. Just letting people, you know, earn money from his content. He might not be as left as we want, but he does lend a voice and charitability to people further left of him. Exactly. That's why he was like, you know, he even joined the Deprogram podcast. I entered with JT 2 years ago. But then you're supposed to send them further left, not to Hassan. Of course not. I mean, like, yes, but what are you gonna do? Right? The problem with liberals also here in Europe is that they tend to lean towards what's popular, and right now it's right wingers. Yes, banana. To the right because in defense, Hassan sends people to creators further left. For newbies, he is more palatable for me. Yeah. Like I said, he has a purpose. And I don't like he's really useful, you know, like his platform is so useful. That's why. Hassan can't be too left, otherwise he doesn't cater towards liberals. He needs to have that kind of that kind of palatability, as they say. As you guys said that, you know. He needs to be palatable so that the you know, the ones who will bite, they can go further left. One complaint I have with Hassan is his hatred of cats. Oh no, he hates cats. Hell nah. We can't be friends. I can't be friends with cat haters. But good on him though. Not raids, but platforming them, setting aside Bernie and yeah. Well, you know, I didn't want to watch that interview he had with Bernie because it doesn't. It's that I'm not the catered audience for that. I do not need to know what Bernie has to say. Fuck that guy. He is how I discovered Deprogram as an example. Yeah, that's good. He sent you further to the left. And now you're here in my chat. Basically ignored Hassan on my journey, and I'm glad. He could have steered me wrong on NK. But to be fair, when I was a new leftist, I immediately jumped into the hard one. I immediately jumped into the Marxist-Leninist route. So I did not have a Hassan phase. And also when I became a communist, he was still a liberal actually. Like he still had a lot of liberal talking points. So I'm like, I can't watch this. But now he's so much better. Like for how he was before, he's so much better now. And that's why like I say that he's useful, you know. Ban Hassan. Super random thoughts on nuclear compared to other green energies. Do you think Trump could destroy the current green energy infrastructure in America to bolster lobbies? I don't know, like probably. He would do anything to line his pockets. So if it would line his pockets, then why the fuck not? I'm just voicing my thoughts, not advocating for anyone, not watching any of these people useful for certain things. I'm just past the point I can deal with it personally, because I get frustrated. I mean, yes, of course, I get frustrated too. To me, palatable equals grift. Not I don't think so. Like, I don't think that's necessarily true. Like, sometimes we need to meet people where they are. Like, if you've ever like organized in real life, you can't just like, oh, you can't just really, you have to meet people where they are. Do you organize in real life? Because it's really it really takes time. You know? Like, if you've ever talked to people, like, the working class is not a monolith. You will meet a lot of people who are ignorant. And if you can meet them where they are, and you have your entry point, then yeah, you hit the jackpot. But not all the time. You know, let's not treat the working class as a monolith. No tolerance for cats. Cat haters for me, yeah. Palatable, disingenuous, and missing the point in my mind. I mean that's fair, but also let's not discount the usefulness that these platforms have. You know, but they're also educational to a certain extent, you know? I was a leftist before Hassan as well, yeah. Yeah, I did not have a Hassan face. Because I went straight to, like, you know, like befriending Juche people. That's why I know about Larry. I literally know Larry before, you know, I became an anime girl. Years before I even became an anime girl. So, I've been conversing with Larry about Juche. Like, and it so happens that we have a common denominator on Twitch. We have a common audience. We share the same audience. He's very bro-coded, which is very useful to get men, especially out of the right-wing pipeline. That is true, yeah. Like I said, he has his own kind of like flavor that a lot of people would gravitate towards. And you could probably call it a grift, but you know, a lot of people were steered into the left because of that guy. So, like, I know that I'm very hardline too, but I'm just trying to see the nuance in this, you know? Useful, also harmful. I think Hassan is actively a grifter and controlled opposition. I don't think he's an inherently good thing for communism. He's literally the opposite of revolutionary, as he said himself. Or was he being cheeky? I don't know. We need far left pipeline, yeah. That may be true. But still, you know, a lot of people got radicalized because, you know, they were pushed further left because of like a Hassan clip or whatever. You gotta compromise on certain things. If you're on the left, we have the same goals. We should work together to achieve them and worry about the details later, I think. Yeah, that's literally, like, if you're organized in real life, that's literally what you can ever think of. You have a common enemy. Monolith. He thinks that's a thing he can do. A competitive democratic party. Yeah, that's some insufferable shit. Larry told us how cool you were. Thanks. I was still a baby leftist too, but I started learning about, like, because I started questioning myself, like, why do I dislike North Korea so much? Like, what I tried to unravel my own biases. Like, why am I mocking North Koreans? Like, what did they do to me to deserve me mocking them, you know? So I started thinking about that, blah blah blah, and luckily I met like Comrade Larry in one of the cursed Facebook groups. Cursed leftist Facebook groups full of libs, I guess. Libs LARPing as communists that don't even fucking read theory. But yeah, that was rough. I had a really rough start. But here I am, still trying to live my truth. Привет! G7 Vin. I found at least 3 videos of his pure English, but those are interviews of communists from the West. Would you like to give it a try sometime? Okay, yeah, sure. Can you send it on VK? I don't think Hassan is a Sokdem either. Neither am I, but to shift the overton window to the left, if you have to put the groundwork. Radicalization to the left on a systemic basis doesn't happen overnight. Yeah, let's try to not think like you know, like I was about to say anarchists. Like let's be let's a little bit more organized here. I do know some organized anarchists though, so this is not a dunk on anarchists. I think I'm thinking about like the anarchists on Twitter. But there are base anarchists out there, actually, to be honest. The ones that actually do something in real life. So yeah, shout out to the actually practicing anarchists in real life. They're good comrades. I think it can be both because it and in spite. No way, just realized I know Larry from FB groups back in the day. They're great. Yeah. You probably come across me too. You just didn't know it. I think anyone that was gonna be on that journey would have gotten there without him. I don't think he deserves any credit for any of it. I mean, okay. That's fair. Because I got there too without him. So, I mean, you know. But we can't deny the objective reality that he has a lot of reach. And that's exactly what I'm doing now. That I'm, you know, trying to discuss socialism in my platform as much as I can, but I don't have as much reach. But still, you know, like if I could reach like a person like, you know, the other chatter Pipsqueak to change their mind about capitalism, then yeah, you know, I'm gonna use my platform for that shit. The Overton window commentary, I couldn't. That shit is certainly not shifting left. Certainly in America, it's so hard though, because people are all so like brain rotted by neoliberal thinking. My heart to the anarchists on the field. Exactly, me too. Imagine me 99% of the way there and falling on the anarchist trap. Okay. The journey is better with comrades. Yeah. Like, let's not try to be like, you know, like sectarian here. Like, let's just try to focus on the enemy. The real enemy is capitalism. So he's non-revolutionary socialist. There's no such thing though. Speaking of anarchists, I've never considered myself one, but recently I felt it's necessary to build a better system. A means to an end rather than a solution. I mean, yeah, sure. Anarchists who actually engage with and support their closest community instead of butting heads with tankies on Twitter 24. Exactly. Yes, Virgil. First chatters. Nice. That's Trotsky opened the Soviet to capture. Mana doing that good brainwashing. Hey, Fidel. Yeah. By his definition, yeah, he considers revolutionary an armed struggle, but by that definition, most of us aren't. Yeah. Personally, when it comes to left, right, particularly in the UK, don't really know what to think. Right conservatives are money hungry, and some cases in left Labour. Well, they're both like beholden to capital though. They're both like the Labour Party is liberal. They're neoliberals. Something big has to change, but I don't know what. Because I don't fully agree with either side. Yeah, you shouldn't. because there's nothing to choose. They're both bad. The food pyramid and the liberal television programming, the culture of police hero. Well, sometimes the enemy is in the house. Yeah. So good to do internal critique. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Yeah, that is true. But the purpose is like we cannot do that. We can do that within a party, you know? We're not a party. We're literally a chat. We're literally a Twitch chat. So all we could do here, let's be real here, right? Online, we can only pontificate. We can only like discuss these things, like on a metaphysical level. But eventually, you're gonna have to contribute to your own, you know, to your own community out there somewhere, you know. In TY for Marxist.org. My heart to all this trot spamming press. Yeah, I mean, you know what? I really like that. The only thing I like about the Trotskyists is they did the Marxist.org. Free reading materials, you know. But like bad in the 80s sense. Like bad as in good. What? You mean, okay. The 80s, huh? Okay. I have plans to organize an American party. I was just talking generally, never told anyone they shouldn't watch people like JT or Hassan. Just want people to keep the points I brought up in mind, then watching them and encourage them to do better. Yeah, like that's what I do. Like I just don't watch them, you know, like a brain dead, like, okay, I agree or whatever. In the end, it's always up to the people. It's always up to my chatters to think what they think. Like they have the information in front of them, and it's up to they also have to do their own due diligence to do their reading on the topics that we discussed. Cause I can't, like I said, you know, you can't do other people to do the thinking for you, right? We shouldn't make a country called Monistan and take in all the commies. Why don't we do that? I don't know. I don't want to colonize any country. Where are we even gonna put Monistan? Like a man-made island? I believe there's a concern that people in the West are so indoctrinated that any gateway that's not fully revolutionary are wasting rare and value revolutionary potential. Maybe I'm projecting a bit. I really cannot speak for the Americans. So I don't know about that. Vietnam is thriving, but less Americans, the better. Okay. That garbage fake MAGA communist bullshit. Yeah, I can't do that shit, man. Let's not even talk about that because it literally boils my blood. What even is that? No, we do not accept that. We don't acknowledge it even. Let them tell us who they are. Can I apply for residency in Monistan? No, because we don't know where we are gonna go though. I don't wanna colonize a piece of land. The fuck? We're not gonna create another Israel, you know. Mana, I would like to ask if you would like to collaborate with the VTuber Trixie Vox. This is Plania's friend who is also very charismatic and extravagant person who speaks English fluently. I can tell her just in case. Oh, let's go. Yeah, sure. Is she also political? I'm assuming you live in one, but what are some common political debates concerns that happen in Asian countries? It's across the board the same though. I mean, in Asia, particularly in Japan, we have a problem of decreasing birth rates and increasing elderly population. Okay, it's 11:20 in Krasnoyarsk. 2:00 in Japan. Yeah, it's almost 1:30 here. I come back when we're talking about Hassan. Is he still weak sauce? Yeah. I mean, sometimes Hassan's stuff is like I said, he has his own purpose, but I don't watch him as much because he's not helpful to me. You know, because I don't need him to guide me to theory because I can do my own reading and stuff. And there are other creators that serve my taste better. Wait, Mana is Japanese? Yeah, I'm half Japanese. So that means I am not treated like a real Japanese. Sonic the Hedgehog fast, yeah. Is she political? No, she will be. Okay. I just realized how way off topic. Yeah, we did. Yeah, because I mean, to be fair, we're done with the energy thing. Hassan is fine. He's gunning at the American mainstream. Let him do his thing. Yeah. But anyway, imps. And also Arian Kurovillian. Like, is she political? I haven't seen a reply yet. But anyway, I hope she is, because we're gonna talk a lot about politics in that case. But anyway, imps, I need to go because I have to wake up early tomorrow and do my workouts, because I have a schedule that I need to follow, and I have a job, a full-time job that I have to go tomorrow as well. Well, she doesn't stream on this topic, more on the gaming topic, but I think you'll find a common language since she is the one who can be called based, given the rejection of inclusivity. Oh, okay. All right. I will keep that in mind. I will ask Planya about it. But thank you so much for bringing that up. I'm half Lithuanian, half Belarus, but no one cares about it post-Soviet countries. Oh, damn. Just half people, like, being half not accepted everywhere, right? Thank you for your service comment. Thank you so much. Otsukare. Ah, otsukare ga oishii. Yeah, okay. Katsukare. Yeah, it's sometimes with my coworkers we say katsukare. Yeah, okay. All right. Yes, imps, I will be leaving this plane my stream now. Hold on, let me see if I can raid someone I know. Let me see. Okay, wait, my Twitch is not really working. Okay, anyway, sorry. Can I offer a suggestion? Sure, yeah. Glad I found a VTuber who talks about socialism. Thanks, Fresh Onion. Thanks for the stream. Okay, yeah, let's wait for the suggestion. Oh, lesbian hot sauce. She's she on? Okay, sure. But the thing is, like, one of her mods banned my chatter because they greeted in Russian. So, like, to the Russians that are gonna be raiding lesbian hot sauce, don't speak in Russian. I mean, don't type in Russian because the mods are gonna ban you there. Yeah. I'm sorry, Russian. Yeah, the Russians got banned. I know that CyberArk got banned. Yeah, CyberArk got banned. Yeah. They're ban happy. Are they? Yeah, please, like, maybe don't ban immediately though, because like some people are coming in good faith. So. Yeah, but yeah, I hope she doesn't ban my audience. Wonder what mod that was. Like, I get asking people not to use other languages, but just, yeah, right off the bat he was banned. Like, I saw it happen, so I'm kind of a little bit. Cause I don't want my Russian audience to get singled out too, you know. All right. Okay, thank you. But yeah. It's okay because if they don't like Russian, I don't like them. Okay. All right. But I mean, I don't know like what. I think somebody apologized. The other mod, one mod banned Banned CyberArk, yeah, this person chatting. And then the other one apologized actually and unbanned CyberArk. But I don't know, like are the mods not like, you know, in agreement with the rules? So I don't know. Oh, let's go. Chili Destario 1999. 1999. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Like a deputy in Soviet. The mod seemed angry. Yeah. Yeah, I hope that they don't ban like people from like greeting in their own like language. Like some of them don't really know the rules yet, so maybe give a grace period to like read the rules. Lesbian hot sauce is still learning they're not a tanky by any means. But what is a tanky anyway? Let's not use that word to identify ourselves. I don't use that word to like to like describe myself. I am a Marxist Leninist Maoist. Bonjour. A tanky is a compliment. I'll drive the tank over there. Okay. And some of you guys would love like that. Yeah, I mean, that's an inside joke as well. I mean, I get it, you know? Tanky is just woke, but for liberals. It doesn't mean, yeah, it doesn't mean anything. Like, nobody really actually uses that in real life. No one who has, like, you know, anything worth their brain cells would actually call, like, would actually, not even call, but, like, would actually use that term seriously. Like, nobody will take you seriously if you use that term, like, unironically, you know? Maybe, like, an inside joke, yeah. But, like, no, hell no. The fuck that. Book that. Hey, yo, man, Spider. 6985, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Or did I read you out already? Wait a minute. That's Man Spider 69. Oh, yeah. That's cool. Thank you. Just better use Stalinist instead. We've reclaimed the term. I mean, okay. I guess, yeah. I can only claim to be a Marxist-Leninist because calling myself the third one could get me in trouble here. That is fair, you know. You don't want to get banned, perma-banned, you know. You know, it's a sadist. What happened to Assad though? Like, let's talk about that on a different chat. But like, damn, Syria is becoming Libya. Oh my god, what the fuck? Fuck, I get called that a lot. A sadist? He's a dentist in paradise now. What? Damn, what the hell? Man. Like, I just saw the news about, like, Syria privatizing a lot of shit, you know? And in a few years, like, in a couple of months now, it's gonna become like Libya. Holy fuck. Not permaban, worse, because actual Maoist scholars face jail time here in India. Yo, what the fuck? Really? I didn't know that. But don't you have a communist party there? You have Maoists there in India, right? What about Kerala? No, like maybe ISIS isn't good, guys. Yeah. Yeah. He ran away, yeah. Afghanistan 2.0, yeah. Leopards ate my face moment with Syria. If you ever mention that the West rampaging through Syria might not be a super awesome thing, or that these fuckers literally had bounties on their heads from the US State Department until a month ago. Damn, you're an Assadist. What the fuck? 2 weeks in Kerala was so cool. Ooh, yeah. I heard good things about Kerala. And they also have a lot of people named Stalin and Lenin. There are quite a lot of people in India that are named Stalin, actually. I was like so shocked, like, cause Comrade Nikki literally went on a date with a guy named Stalin, you know? Yeah, we do. Yes, we do. CPI. Yeah, CPI Maoist Kerala Party. Yeah, okay. All right, okay, they're banned. All right. When CPI Maoist was banned. Yeah, I didn't know that. Mana, yap, no lifting. I lived in Hyderabad a bit, and people got mad at me for talking about Marxism. Oh shit, man. And yeah, are not Russian or Stalin. Yeah. Maoists are not the Marxist one. Maoist one, not the Marxist one. Yeah, there's CPI and CPI Maoist, right? Are both hijacked by Savarnas who, oh hell yeah, that's what Comrade Nikki told me. Comrade Nikki is also, yeah, obviously she is Marxist, and she really like despises the fact that Savarnas are taking over, you know, the Communist Party, the two Communist parties. He actually briefly worked like alongside with them, but she got disillusioned because, you know, there's still some caste problems within the party. Like, man, India's like class struggle is a double-edged sword. Holy fuck! Like you have the caste struggle and the fucking class struggle. Holy shit! My answer is easily Stalin. My Russian stall jokes will never stop. Okay. I live in West Bengal, and the leftist front here went so far as to do casteist land hell no. Okay. All right, let's talk about this on a different day. That's making my blood boil. I've been talking here for like 10 minutes straight, just trying to say goodbye to everyone. But anyway, imps, I will be seeing you soon. Okay? And I hope that you guys will have a good night, a good day, good afternoon. But I will have another stream on Tuesday night, 11 p.m. 11 p.m. Japan Standard Time. We're gonna talk about the collapse of the eventual, the eventual implosion of Israeli society, if not already, you know. But let's just talk about it, because we need to have another pro-Palestine stream next week. Okay, so we're gonna have that, and I will see you soon. Okay, later, motherfucker.